go. You ready? You ready? Let's get it on.
The fight clock in the main event brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers. It's Miller time.
Difference maker here may be in the wrestling. We saw the offensive wrestling of Koreshkov against Lima, but the defensive wrestling. Can he stop the takedown of Benson Henderson?
You remember, that was an element of surprise. That was the last thing Douglas Lima expected. Koreshkov had more takedowns in that fight than he's had in his entire career combined.
Also, Lima, not a wrestling background. Good jiu-jitsu, but not a wrestler.
Which Benson Henderson was going to college. Well, you can just feel the eyeballs, you can feel the electricity. You wonder about the nerves. We talk about how cold and stoic Koreshkov is, but he's still a human being in there, and he's still just 25. And a huge kick.
You see the range differences.
Yes,
Kick
yes.
and get out. That was a big punch and nowhere close. The energy you have to expend, the timing you need to overcome a range deficit, it's very challenging.
As experienced as Benson Henderson is, he is not experienced fighting a fighter this long, this big.
He has fought at 170. He hasn't fought contenders, certainly hasn't fought a champion. We saw Koreshkov knock down Mario Saromskis with a jab. That's how much power this guy has. Straight right is lethal. I'm honestly surprised he's standing this long.
10 of his last 11 fights, Benson Henderson have been 5-rounders.
And when he does finish, it's usually on the ground. 23 wins, 10 by submission, only 2 knockouts.
And you saw him scramble away there as he got back to his feet. That's the only time he's been knocked out by Dos Anjos. In a scramble, he was against the fence, so he didn't have room to back away like that.
Against a guy with, in my opinion, welterweight power.
Oh, strong kick to the ribs. Koreshkov, so much power, so much range. You see it now. It's exactly what you're talking about.
It's not the kind of thing you easily adjust to on the fly either. Guys with a more basic kind of style, I mean, you can read them and react, but Koreshkov, rangy, powerful. And if he hasn't been spawned with guys like that, man, it's tough. And not many guys have that style. And looks at that leg kick in a southpaw stance.
A very strong opening 3 minutes for the defending champion.
If Ben Henderson is shook by the power, don't expect him to show it. Man. Also another good punch. Not a lot of guys use in MMA. Straight right to the liver against the southpaw. It's a great punch.
Koreshkov trying to dive in. Shot knee by Koreshkov. A great opening round for the champion. Ben Henderson needs to go to plan B here.
And a reaching takedown should not be plan B. You see those leaping punches, nowhere close.
What did you say, Jimmy? The first time you get hit by Andrei Koreshkov, you know you've been hit by something different.
And it's not just the power. I mean, a lot of guys in the gym have power. It's not that scary. It's speed. It's where did that punch come from? I didn't even see it. That's the scary part. Nice kick. And you see how he resets every time. He doesn't get overexcited. He doesn't go crazy for the finish. Ice cold. He goes right back to the plan.
And his heart is racing because of the magnitude of the situation. He's not showing it. Twice, Andrei Koreshkov won the old school Bellator tournaments to get the world title shots. The first one he fell short against Ben Askren, and he learned from that. And did not fail in his second attempt here last July against Douglas Lima.
Nice right hand by Koreshkov.
Short right.
And it's straight. It's right down the pipe. It's not loopy. It's not overhand.
Big shot! That got Ben Henderson. And he is lucky he is deep in the round. Ben Henderson in some trouble trying to dive down to stay out of the way of those clubbing right hands by Koreshkov. And the world champion puts on a near dominant opening round. And that sound you hear around the world are eyeballs opening.
Have a towel, Randy.
We are commercial free here in the main event.
Relax.
An eye-opener that was nearly an eye-closer.
You wanted Andre Koreshkov at 170. You got Andre Koreshkov at 170. Knees, punches, kicks. Look at this. It's a credit to Henderson's chin that he is still in this fight. This would have laid out 9 out of 10 opponents. Unbelievable.
And now what is going through the mind of Ben Henderson?
He misses you every time. I need you to really circle to your right. The only thing he did good was when you circled to his direction. We got to be really disciplined. Got it? Got that?
Perfect.
See John Croucher has been with Ben Henderson from Denver to Arizona. Benson Henderson went from cleaning up the gym to owning it. He went from the very bottom of this sport to the very top, but he is in a different kind of water tonight, and that is a shark whose name might be very well known very soon. Obviously, Jimmy, the first round of Koreshkov, were you close to making that 10-8?
So close, you don't even know. I didn't know what to write down. I went 10-9, but that could easily be a 10-8 round. Easily. Dominance, and it had that fight-stopping moment. The only reason I didn't call it 10-8 was I didn't think Henderson was in that kind of trouble. But he was definitely hurt.
He's swinging wildly. That reach advantage is...
It's been the story of the fight.
It has been. Arms and legs.
Those funky attacks. He likes punching the leg, a lot of weird stuff. And what he doesn't want to do is get funky and open himself up, because he now has a healthy respect for the power of Andre Koreshkov. Look at that. Clipped his head with that kick.
Benson Henderson just missed that knee. He's dancing through raindrops right now.
He's also getting hit by a lot of raindrops. And when they trade punches, when they trade kicks, there's no comparison. Koreshkov just hits way harder.
99% of the conversation was about Benson Henderson and his decision to come to Bellator. Very, very little was about his decision to fight at 170, and that has been the story here for the first round plus.
It's not only disheartening not getting a takedown like that, it also costs you a lot of energy. A takedown is a full body commitment. It's not like throwing a jab, it's not like throwing a right hand. You're throwing your whole body into there, and so far, he's got nothing out of it.
Last July, Andre Koreshkov before his title fight says, I feel nothing, I make weight, I get my belt, I go home. And it's exactly what he did.
And if he dies, he dies. That's their attitude. Ice cold.
Couldn't help but think of Drago and Rocky when the two got together to touch gloves in the beginning, because it's just jarring, the size difference.
I mean, I didn't even really think of it that much, because, you know, Ben is a big lightweight, but when they weighed in, when they faced off, I thought the same thing everybody else did. Is, you know, when we interviewed him, the first thing we said was, man, he looks big. I think strength, conditioning was a big part of his camp. Make your opponent feel that strength difference.
Think of the names on the mantle of Benson Henderson. Probably all of them are watching right now, and they're watching Ben Henderson get clubbed around here through the first round and a half. Koreshkov so quick in and out.
Also, you don't need, I mean, he's a fast guy, but you don't need that much speed when your opponent's that far away. He can see these loopy shots so far. And Benson not throwing them in combination either. He's kind of winging one. He can see that.
So the experience of Ben Henderson just to survive here. Be careful of the grounded opponent, so Koreshkov holds back.
That was the first time Koreshkov kind of got a little too aggressive trying to throw that uppercut. Almost gave Henderson a takedown. You see his confidence building. Starting to really feel it, but doesn't want to get complacent.
Left got in, so very enthusiastic applause now in the corner of Ben Henderson.
But you see the difference. His left lands. Koreshkov's head didn't go anywhere.
Koreshkov, who made such an emphasis to keep that fight to the ground against Douglas Lima, has done everything he can to keep the fight from the ground here.
Nice body shot.
A better second round for Ben Henderson, but I'm not sure he's done enough to win it.
No, I don't think so at all. A couple of decent shots, but definitely a Ben Henderson round. I'm sorry, a Koreshkov round.
Said there could be judges who saw round 1 10-8 for Koreshkov.
Easily.
Oh man, another big body shot. Ben Henderson might have thought that fence was closer than it really was.
And what I like is Koreshkov is putting money in the bank early. Leg kicks, body shots. He's not waiting until round 3. He's throwing them in round 1 and 2. Taking the air, taking the energy out of his opponent. Body shots and leg kicks. Oh my God.
Back right with another big one. But Ben Henderson is taking some monster shots here through 2 rounds.
And you notice he takes those risks, the flying knees, at the end of the round. If Ben gets a takedown off of it, it's not going to swing the rounds. Fighting a very smart fight.
The only thing going for Ben Henderson right now through 2 rounds is he's still on his feet. If you're new to Bellator, you're probably shocked by what you're seeing. If you're not new to Bellator, you knew this was very much within the realm of possibility.
And that's what I meant by stay tricky. He has a lot of punches that not a lot of guys use. Those leaping body shots. Needs to dig into that well, because when it comes to the straight kickboxing, he's getting beat here.
The chant of "Let's go Benson" coming up from a sold-out crowd. Another spinning back kick lands for Koreshkov. I don't know if this is as much anti-Koreshkov as fans getting behind the team that's losing to try to get a more competitive fight.
Well, when he came in, there were chants of USA. There's a lot of country support, a lot of nationalism here. Koreshkov, the Russian fighter, he's not going to get a lot of love out here, but you got to respect it. He's fighting a masterful fight so far.
Chin, the experience, the guile of Benson Henderson is why he is still standing. And a lot of guys wouldn't be here a minute into round 3.
Nice left hook. Every time he hurts Henderson, Henderson comes back and goes for a takedown. And he hasn't gotten the takedown, but it's prevented Koreshkov from landing combination punches.
Every takedown has been defensive in nature.
Yeah, it's been, I'm hurt, I gotta grab something. Reminiscent of, Hasagawa against Brennan Ward. He got hurt and would go for a takedown. That's what we're seeing.
If Andrei Koreshkov is successful, then what is next? Brennan Ward suffering his first setback at 170 earlier tonight. Chris Honeycutt got back in the win column. Paul Daly and Josh Koscheck set to go in London, as is Michael Venom Page, who got his 10th straight win without a loss earlier. Here, Ben Henderson killing time, but there's nothing offensive.
Yeah. Koreshkov so far showing great balance, showing great defense, but
Benson Henderson is a world-class athlete. But boy, not only is he taking a lot of shots, this is a lot of energy he's giving up.
A ton. Nice up though. Koreshkov smiling at him.
That's the only time you ever see Koreshkov smile.
Come on, working through. There we go. Down.
Koreshkov had him lined up.
Look at the flexibility of Koreshkov.
To stay out of trouble.
Knees
Set up that
beautiful
knee.
job.
Tough to tell if it got through.
I think it hit him in the ribs. Trying to decide what to hit.
He's got to be careful with the ground to the opponent here, and that's why Koreshkov pulling back a little bit, trying to set him up. He's got him up. Another knee to the ribs. And full marks for Benson Henderson, because this has been a rout through 3 rounds. And he is showing the heart of a champion, still standing in front of Koreshkov.
And what I like about Koreshkov in these instances is you never see that, man, why can't I put this guy away? You never see him spend a lot of energy. He goes back to the drawing board in a sense. Keeps his hands high, goes back to what he's doing. Beautiful liver shot. And that's the difference in range right there. Koreshkov's liver shot, straight, right to the ribs. Ben Henderson tries to answer back, he's too far away.
He couldn't get to him in the first round, let alone after taking 3 rounds of punishment. The noise, it is reverberating through your living room, on your tablet, wherever you're with us right now. You can hear those shots from Koreshkov.
What that does is take all the power out of the takedown eventually. Leg starts killing you. Got no spring in your step, rounds 4 and 5. When he usually has a great gas tank and can maybe pull away, the body shots, the leg kicks, take it out of you. And make no mistake, Koreshkov's not going to rush for a knockout. He's not going to rush for a finish. He's content, I think, to put away rounds. Don't expect him to kind of break character and suddenly go crazy for a knockout. Oh my God, right on the temple. That was with the foot.
We're going to the championship round, but Koreshkov already has 3 in the bank.
Look at this left hook right on the chin. Another takedown attempt by Benson Henderson, and against the fence. The knees, he stood up, look at that, right to the gut. Working the body, working the legs, working the head to the toes, and look at this. Spinning back kick. Back of the heel, right behind the ear. That's incredible. This crowd, very pro Henderson, but they're impressed with what they're seeing.
I'll ask you this question now. Benson Henderson does have 5 losses.
You got it?
Has he ever been the victim
finish
of
up.
a lopsided fight like the one he is in right now?
Perfect.
I do not remember when, obviously finished by Dos Anjos.
Yes, but that,
other than
that was an early stoppage.
Yeah, they've all been close fights. This has been a technical wipeout, in my opinion.
That's a gas tank. That's an athlete right there.
Yeah.
Ready? Get up.
Ben Henderson is still alive. But he's got to be way behind, certainly is on our scorecards out here.
Yeah, 30-27 easy. You can even say 10-8 in round number 1.
Judges have been more liberal after a lot of discussion about that 10-8 round. And round 4 begins the same way the first 3 did.
The only thing I will say is, saw a bad decision tonight, one I did not agree with. Ben Henderson from the United States taking on a Russian fighter. You can't feel super comfortable about your chances when it goes to the scorecards.
There is no Mr. Magoo eyesight bad enough to see those first 3 rounds the other way.
You have not been in this sport long enough, my friend, because I've seen some horrible ones.
That's not
Hopefully you are right.
That's not eyesight. That's something else. Oh, Ben Henderson and Koreshkov had that scouted.
He liked that. Touch gloves a little bit. I can't stress it enough, the funky angles, the attacks that a lot of guys don't use and other fighters can't see, they're coming from Koreshkov's point of view, from a mile away. He can just see them coming. Even when it's an unorthodox technique, his range advantage negates the surprise in his attacks.
Best chance, really, for Ben Henderson, maybe in this fight. Koreshkov turned quickly. What I was getting at earlier is, if Benson Henderson ever been in a situation where he needed a knockout late in one of those fights? And in the Pettis fights that he lost, he had lost 2 fights that went to decision. He had a couple of fights late in his UFC career. Against Cowboy Cerrone, I thought he probably won that fight. The Josh Thompson fight, which he did win, that one could have gone the other way.
Gilbert Melendez, a very gut check kind of fight, but never, man, I'm in a deep hole and I need to come back. And that's a different kind of mentality. Benson Henderson came into this fight having to, I think, outland 2 or 3 to 1 to match the size difference. That hasn't even been close.
Tito Ortiz, among the many millions impressed with Andre Koreshkov.
Like this, a kick to the calf. Yeah, that's annoying, but it's not going to turn the tide of the fight. Foot stomps, and that's great, but he's in a hole, and he's got to land some big shots to really get Koreshkov moving back.
If you were of the mind to do it, another good left by Koreshkov, backing Henderson up. You could subtract from the Koreshkov title win in July and say Douglas Lima was really injured, and so you can talk yourself out of Koreshkov that way. But maybe he wasn't as legit as we thought because Douglas Lima was hurt and the way that fight went down.
But the attitude going in, Ben Henderson, a very hard worker, a guy who goes 110% in the gym. But when we talked about Koreshkov, his attitude was a little, He didn't seem to go, man, I'm facing a really tough fighter. I'm facing a guy who can knock me out with either hand. He didn't seem to have that little edge of fear of the power of Koreshkov that wasn't there, and that's, I think, is showing a little bit tonight. He's bringing some power that I don't think he expected.
Henderson, like anyone at the top level, overcoming different kinds of adversity. When he entered the sport, he had vision problems. He had to have vision, and his vision just got wobbled and blurred on that shot from Koreshkov.
What a shot! I have a new respect for I always respected the chin of Ben Henderson, but this is another level.
Jimmy, we didn't know about the chin of Benson Henderson because he's never taken a beating like this.
Oh, he cannot go for the guillotine from here.
He's thinking about it.
He is. He's cranking on it hard. Trying to submit the submission specialist. This would be incredible.
How much energy does he want to devote to that?
The head movement of Ben Henderson.
You want to talk about a world-class fighter, Ben Henderson, on the wrong side of a 4-round rout so far, and he is still on his feet. Four down, 1 to go. And the only thing going Ben Henderson's way is that he's still on his 2 feet.
Yeah, we're down a lot.
This right hand, sort of a loopy uppercut. And look at Ben Henderson drop, and he dropped right into a single leg. That's been saving him all night, is his takedown instincts. But the power differential on display throughout this fight. Another right hand on the chin. It's been a wipeout.
A lot of you probably wondering if Ben Henderson went with the toothpick. He said he doesn't want to be a bad example to his son, so he's been trying to get away from that crutch, that signature toothpick in his mouth. He's lucky he has all his teeth in his mouth right now. Great respect.
Back up. You ready? Get on.
And look at the defense, the right hand glued to his chin. It's been that way since the first minute of the first round. I'm curious to see how the strategy changes now. He's got to be ahead 4 rounds to none. The only question is, are any 10-8s in there? Will he still fight the way he's been fighting? My guess would be yes. Now it's Henderson that really needs to turn it on and go for broke here.
Having a Hall of Fame caliber career, knockout power is not what you think of with Ben Henderson. It takes him a little bit longer. He's got to get the fight to the ground. He's got to work those submissions. One of his best shots of the fight night.
Yeah, Koreshkov got his hand up there. It was partially blocked. Once again, that was off the arm.
How is Ben Henderson still throwing shots like that?
Because he has great gas. I mean, that's what he is. He's a cardio dynamo. But it hasn't been the gas. It's been the power differential. It hasn't been able to land, and when he has, it just hasn't been as significant as the shots Koreshkov has been landing. Case in point.
Ben Henderson still trying to solve the puzzle with that clock ticking loudly. That kick got through a little, and Ben Henderson stays on his feet. Koreshkov still taking chances.
And that's a time when other fighters in a scramble, a lightweight, would have ended up on the bottom. Koreshkov just powers his way back to his feet. Tried to sit out. Koreshkov not having it.
Desperate search for offense for Ben Henderson. Man, the knee got through.
Brutal.
Ben Henderson, who has fought so many years at the highest level, has only been stopped 3 times in 28 fights, and you can see why. On the wrong side of the most lopsided fight of his professional career. And he's still moving around halfway through round 5.
You just don't see a path, and that's a leaping takedown from nowhere.
Ben Henderson is daring him. You got to take chances now.
But Koreshkov, though, I wouldn't go to the ground. I wouldn't even end up in guard if I could avoid it.
The good news is this has been Ben Henderson's best round of the fight. I'm still not sure it's enough to win.
I still have Koreshkov ahead, but...
Ben Henderson just avoiding shots. Ben Henderson, he knows the score right now.
Yeah. Leg kicks are not going to turn the tide. Maybe a big punch like that, but once again, it's from long distance. Oh, look at that right hand.
Koreshkov landed his biggest, best shots in the opening round of this fight. And it has looked pretty much like this as we enter minute 25. For 2.5 months, every ounce of the conversation has been about Ben Henderson. Tomorrow morning, the conversation will be about Andrei Koreshkov.
Oh, man, rather right.
Ben Henderson knows he has to get it to the ground. One desperate move, trying to get Koreshkov, trying to lure him down there, and Koreshkov's not going to bite.
And the reason I have Koreshkov ahead in this round, even though I think it's Ben Henderson's best round, is you need 3-1 with that size advantage. Every time he hits him, he hurts him. Koreshkov, when he gets hit by Henderson's strikes, be they kicks or punches, goes right through him. Beautiful knee.
The final 10 seconds. His performance here last July for Andrei Koreshkov made him a world champion. His performance tonight has made him a made man in MMA. Replay brought to you by Blackheart Premium Spice Rum, the bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
A lot of choices for highlights when it comes to Andrei Koreshkov in this fight. Flying knees, kicks, punches. Ben Henderson, give him credit for staying in this fight. Give him credit for never giving up, for never being mentally broken. But a technical mismatch from the beginning. Great stuff by the champ, Andrei Koreshkov.
As you'd expect, there is no statistical category in which this fight was not a rout. So much great stuff ahead for Ben Henderson here in Bellator. You think of the Michael Chandlers and the Josh Thompsons and the Will Brooks. The fights for him back in his more comfortable weight at 155 are going to be spectacular, but tonight is about the welterweight world champion. Michael C. Williams makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 complete rounds of action, the title fight goes to your judges' scorecards. At cage side, Troy Winkapaw, David Torelli, and Sue Sanidad all see the fight exactly the same at 50 to 45. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, and still Bellator welterweight world champion Andrei Spartan Koreshkov.
Saw the pelts on the wall that man already owns. Patricio Pitbull looking to score the biggest win of his career. And away we go, the fight clock in the main event, brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time.
One of Pitbull's advantages, they call him Paraíba, the state he's from. Big heads, they can take a shot. He's had an amazing chin so far, but Benson Henderson against Koreshkov ate some monster shots and stayed in that fight.
The contrast in the two opponents for Ben Henderson to start his Bellator career, it is stunning when you look at the two. Think about Koreshkov and think about how much smaller Pitbull is.
But I'm a little surprised, to your point, Champ, that he doesn't kind of make Pitbull come to him, use that reach advantage. Doesn't want to walk into the big shot. That's Pitbull's equalizer.
One other thing, guys, to keep in mind, Ben Henderson, 11 of his last 12 fights, 5-round fights. He has to get started faster.
Two ways to look at that. He's got to start fast, and, man, he's got an endless gas tank. Only 3 rounds in this fight. 5-rounders, he looks good. Yeah. His pacing is great. All right, now showing a lot of respect for the power of Pitbull. And that I thought we'd see a lot of leg kicks, a lot of teeps. And Pitbull's just waiting for him to come in. And I was a little surprised when he got Ben Henderson off his feet. He didn't pounce on him. Let him get back up. He has confidence in that right hand. When I was studying for this fight, getting ready for it, I was thinking, what fight was kind of like Ben Henderson, who kind of had that build? The closer you get, really, Pat Curran, tall, big for the weight class. What Pat Curran did is he made it basically a boxing match. Never kicked, wasn't quite busy enough to get Pitbull off his game.
And ask Ben Henderson if he has been in there with somebody the physical size of Patricio Pitbull. He came up blank.
Yeah, couldn't remember anybody. The only guy I can think of, maybe Frankie Edgar, who was more 45 size, but stylistically totally different. That's a weapon Pitbull. I think when he uses, he's successful. A leg kick. He has very heavy legs. Doesn't use it that much, but using it just enough now.
That's why the matchup was so intriguing, and nobody could really put their finger on it. Nobody seemed to have a great feel for how this fight would go because it was a fight nobody could really imagine. I'm really surprised right now. Ben Henderson not throwing a lot of jabs, not throwing the lead kick a lot. He's a taller guy, not really using it. Looks like he's trying to set up a power shot. And that's Pitbull's wheelhouse.
Talked about, Sean, Ben Henderson maybe starting a little too slow. He started very slow in this first round. Pitbull more active, and he's usually not a very busy puncher. No. Right. Likes to bait you to come in, dare you to come in.
Ben Henderson, who looked us in the eye and told us it doesn't matter who I do what I do. It doesn't matter who the opponent is, but the first round hasn't played out that way.
And the thing is that Pitbull, usually a very aggressive guy, like you said, a very emotional guy, very, very controlled right now. I think he's fought a good fight. Smart fight.
An interesting round one. Well, you see what round we are headed for. Nobody wants to ever hear the word tactical. Yet, as that round number one was, we were both surprised by the way, all of us surprised by how Ben Henderson approached it.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it 10-9 Pitbull. He was the one throwing the punches. He was one throwing the right hand, waiting for Ben Henderson to come forward, but he was one throwing leg kicks and punches. You saw it differently, champ. Tell me why. Yeah, Benson's certainly controlling the real estate. He's the aggressor. Crowd getting on him. If you would have told me coming into this fight that Ben Henderson would have a problem being active, I wouldn't have believed it. He's a guy who tends to out-volume guys, to outwork them, to out-hustle them. And so far, he's controlling the real estate, but not throwing punches, not even going for a takedown. Yeah. Yeah. Could that be what he's doing? Maybe starting slow, getting Pitbull to maybe a little overconfident, throw a little bit more to turn it on later. You think that's possible?
I remember it was off the cage where Patricio knocked out Daniel Weichert.
When it's Pitbull who's always throwing that right hand, I'm really surprised Benson Henderson isn't using his lead tools, lead jab, lead foot a little bit more. Wow.
And Patricio turned that miss into a takedown. The most underappreciated element for both of these guys is the ground game of Patricio Pitbull.
That's going for the Kimura, trying to lock it up. Yeah. Yeah, and man, he's going hard for this Kimura. And gotten that leg all the way up. Good left hand by Pitbull. What the heck happened?
Wow.
He pulled something. Something
John
went out in his
McCarthy's
knee.
waved it off.
Popped something in his knee. His knee went out on him. Man.
In a fight we never thought we'd see, an ending we could not have expected.
Man, something really went wrong with the knee there. Man, that's disappointing. Yeah, they'll give us a replay and we can check it out, but when a guy like Pitbull turns away and says, I'm done,
Patricio Pitbull, who has never been stopped, stops the fight himself.
Let's see if we can see it here.
On the Black Card Premium Spice Rum Replay, the bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
He was defending the Kimura. Yeah, his right foot's turned like something happened to it. And once you turn away, that's physical surrender. It's a good stoppage by John McCarthy. His right foot is turned out right here like something's wrong, but I couldn't see when it happened.
Guys, I think, remember in the first round, Ben Henderson hit him with a kick near that knee.
No, it's the ankle.
Patricio Pitbull, for the first time in his professional career, is stopped, and he is the one that stops it. Certainly not the way he expected it, certainly not the way he wanted it.
You ready? You ready? Get up!
The fight clock in the main event for the lightweight world title, brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers, it's Miller time.
What you talked about, Shale, when Michael Chandler seems like a young fighter, part of it is that explosive start, that energy he brings in. Most guys mellow out a little bit, being 15-3. He still comes out with kind of youthful energy. It's the only way I can put it.
15 wins, 13 by way of finish, 11 of those in the first round. I checked his record. He told me that set. I said, well, you know, that's not true. They're not all in the first round. He said, well, they were close enough. I don't know that it works that way, but this is what he said. So fine, 15, 13 wins. Whoa! In the first round. You talk about the eye of the tiger. If you saw that stare down, that's what Benson Henderson had in his face. That is exactly the look that expression came from. Chandler really is the one controlling the ring so far. Good kick followed up by a straight.
Jimmy, we didn't see that look coming down the ramp for Ben Henderson his first two fights in Bellator.
We did not. This is his future, like he just said. Koreshkov, you could put down to, well, that was a 170-pounder. Poor performance against Pitbull. I was warming up. I would have warmed up in rounds 2 and 3. He can't lose this fight and think that his future is going to be the same as his past.
That's fair. That's a fair point. I will point out that a lot of times when fighters take the skid and it starts to be towards the end of their career, their jaw gives out, something gives out, their body gets hurt. That's not the case with Benson Henderson. He's as tough as an old leather boot. He's never given up in there, and perhaps he did underestimate a couple of guys coming in as a guy that had climbed the mountain not just once, but twice. He knows exactly what he's in here for with Michael Chandler. So Chandler beat him. He will be beating the best Benson Henderson we've seen yet.
RDA knocked out Ben Henderson, but he had never been dominated the way he was by Andre Koreshkov for 5 full rounds. You can make the case if you want. That first round with Patricio Pitbull, Ben Henderson hasn't even won a round yet in Bellator.
I haven't given him, been in the Bellator cage for a half hour. I haven't given him a round. Nice
good right by Michael Chandler.
Another one connected. That's 2. Benson Henderson needs to grab him or circle off here, not go back 3. That one got through. Oh, uppercut through.
Chandler walking forward right now with no respect. Going right at Benson Henderson. He's looking for the first round KO.
Chandler cannot knee the head. He can knee the rest of the body, but he can certainly punch to the face, and he is. Benson Henderson's got to change his position. Right here, he's clamped down on one arm. That's a great start. Buy yourself some time. Get the glove check.
Wow, what a suplex by Michael Chandler.
That's a 5-point throw, my friend. Going for the guillotine.
This is the Neil Melanson technique.
Positioning isn't great, though, and he gives it up. He knew he couldn't finish in half guard. Smart move.
Smart, good move. He's doing what we call framing now, where he's going to push off the chin, get his forearm under. Benson Henderson going to a rubber guard, which I don't recall him doing before. But frankly, he's in a pretty good position. Options are a couple here.
He's Chandler first in this, and he gets out.
Primarily a triangle choke. He's lost the position. We've seen Benson Henderson score in this position. I remember he knocked Frankie Edgar halfway out with an up kick. Michael Chandler doing a good job keeping his hips forward.
Right now, Chandler showing no fear.
He needs to keep his chin protected. Benson Henderson is excellent at kicking his opponents in the face from this position.
Nice right hand.
Another one gets through.
Another round in Bellator that Ben Henderson is getting dominated, and Michael Chandler trying to lock in.
Michael Chandler has this. On a normal opponent, that would have worked.
Oh, great right hand. Got through. That is how Ben Henderson got knocked out by RDA in a scramble trying to get up. Michael Chandler just teeing off.
He's swinging like this is a one-round fight.
If he keeps and connects one more time, it may be.
Gentlemen, on a different opponent, this one would have been over. I don't know if the fans at home understand the beating that Benson Henderson just took in the last 4.5 minutes because he pushed through. Both of those chokes were secured. 3 of those 4 shots were fight-ending punches. And here we see Mr. Smooth show us all why he is a 2-time world champion.
The question for Chandler coming in this fight was pacing. He unloaded right now. Now he needs a break. He has a history of doing that throughout his fights. Can he get his energy back in between rounds?
A monster first round for the champion, Michael Chandler. How much did it cost him is the question.
Hey, jump to your head, that's the only reason I had clean call on that. Hey.
9 or 10-8? 9.
I would, based on what we've seen.
Yeah, nice and relaxed, bro. If you want to pour on your head, I'll draw you. I got it. I got it.
Good. There was no referee hovering. It was
2. Everything's a 2. You want to grapple him some more, he's getting tired.
So we'll bring that
You hear
up
me? Got
after
it.
the scorecard. Ragdoll.
That's a
Hey,
tough
you got to
man
move
right
that
there.
head.
Period.
I've never seen the beating. See, it's unbelievable.
Those chokes,
Come off the stool, let's go.
that's a tough man.
Watch where you're hitting the back of the head, okay? The one he moved into.
He's a gangster as well.
Yes, he is.
He's a gangster.
Yes.
When someday Ben Henderson goes into the Hall of Fame, they'll be talking about his chin and his ability to keep coming forward.
Unreal.
Now, the discussion becomes, was round 1 a 10-8 round for Michael Chandler or a 10-9 round?
I went 10-9, and I'll tell you why. I didn't see that fight-ending moment. He ate some big punches. I didn't see a moment where Big John was thinking about coming in. It wasn't that kind of sustained fight-ending beating, but I went 10-9. Wouldn't surprise me if the judge went the other way.
We should add, we've seen a lot of fights tonight. Judges have been liberal with the 10-8 rounds. We've seen it throughout the course of the night.
I watched his fight with Eddie Alvarez, Michael Chandler's fight with Eddie Alvarez over and over and over again. And what stood out to me was fantastic 1 round, recharging 1 round, letting Eddie back into it, back and forth, made for a great fight. But you see why he unloads, then he needs a recharge sometimes.
Now, Chandler told you the other day in fighter interviews, he said, you know, it's not a matter that I fatigue. He said, I come out with a pace higher than any man has ever seen. So I only have one way to go, which is down a little bit, but I'm not gassing. I don't know that I fully believe that. If you start with one pace and you diminish, and I do understand his point. Good shot there by Benson Henderson. But time will tell. Can he keep this pace? In the last frame, he was the one moving forward. Benson Henderson moving backward. In this frame, we're starting to see Benson Henderson stalking a little bit with Chandler catching some breath and backing up.
I always tell my guy when I used to coach, never set a pace you can't keep. Chandler thrives on doing that. He ramps up, he goes down. He ramps up, he goes down. Benson Henderson always consistent. Never expect him to not be in front of you.
Close the hand when it's out, Mike.
Another good right hook over the top.
That got through. That got through for Benson. No follow-up on it. There he digs to the body. Chandler steps back just a little bit. Push kick followed by a crossbar Chandler.
What we're not seeing a lot of that I expected to see is Benson Henderson with those lead leg kicks like that, but also the teeps, the range-finding things that guys have trouble. You have to get around his legs to get to his upper body. Hasn't been throwing a ton of that.
Yeah, that's right, particularly when you are taking on a wrestler. And I realize Chandler hasn't used a lot of that. He's kind of striking with him. However, that is something, and we saw it earlier tonight in the Gertz fight. We saw his opponent, Adam, was throwing the kicks right up the middle, kept Gertz off him. Now Benson comes in with a 1-2.
But he's content to fight it at boxing range, and I thought that was surprising.
Okay, I couldn't tell if Benson got knocked down there and grabbed the legs on the way down or if he shot right as he was getting punched.
He tends to do that, change levels when he gets hit, try to take his opponent down.
Good kick to the body. Chandler responds, good outside kick there. Seen a few of those from Henderson in this round.
Now that's a great tweet right there. How long can Chandler keep the pace, but how long can Benson continue taking the beating? We've seen Benson take the beating for a long time. There's more evidence that Henderson can take a beating for a long time rather than Chandler can keep the pace for a long time.
Kick was low. We've talked over and over again in the months leading up to this fight about the deep water that Ben Henderson wants to take Michael Chandler into. But that shallow water is shark infested. You've got to swim through it to get there.
You okay?
Here's the
How you feeling?
groin shot. Bam, that was right to the cup.
Yep.
This is the sideways is always bad. It moves it. You all right?
Sideways always moves it, is what John McCarthy said.
Moves the cup.
Come here, take a deep breath. I want to see it.
Michael Chandler will be given up to 5 minutes. He can stop his own clock, which he just did.
Careful with where it's at, all right?
And guys, in fairness, there's a little gamesmanship there too. That was not Chandler's fault. That was a low blow. He's given 5 minutes. If he needs to catch his breath, go ahead and take that time. He decided to come back into the fire. So perhaps he isn't as fatigued.
Now I thought we'd see more of this from him.
The range finding,
the range finding kicks, the teeps, the side stuff. So frustrating getting through that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and he's scoring. And he's scoring with these. These matter to judges. This is a very close round, and Benson Henderson is scoring.
I have it about even right now. I think whoever owns this last minute wins the round to me.
What do you have to do to Ben Henderson? John McCarthy was the official when he suffered that one knockout loss. And even that, 2 more seconds, you get the feeling he would have snapped back. Rafael Dos Anjos,
Who, by the way, RDA has welterweight power. That
sure does.
This is where he's done damage against the fence. Another good right hand.
This is a good 5th minute here in this round for Michael Chandler. This is a very tough round to call right now.
God, why do fighters do so much core work? Yeah, because of that. Those kicks suck. Where would you go with it, score-wise?
Chandler.
Chandler, he finished a little stronger. That would be my only.
Yeah. A little harder shots, too.
Yeah. No, he's fine. Listen.
And then you do this, that's better. Feed him on everything like that. Hey, and mix it up a little bit more.
Yeah. Just keep that jerking motion when and keep your base a little lower, because that way you won't get underneath him. But we got to start thinking the shot a little bit. We don't have to rush it, but just he backs off easy when you pressure him.
Mix it up, hey.
When he regained the world title in June, Michael Chandler was looking down at Patricio Pitbull from the top of the cage. But in the Bellator record book, he is looking up at him. Patricio, the only one above him in wins.
That leg kick to the body keeps on getting through. Jake Ellenberger recently finished Matt Brown with that exact same kick. And Benson should just keep going back to the well, guys. Chandler is not going to adjust it during this round.
All right, Jimmy, there'll be a lot of discussion that second round. Obviously, however you saw it, it was very close.
Extremely close. I went 10-9 Chandler. I thought he finished a little stronger and landed some power shots with the right hand. For those at home who always hate my scorecard, the American Gage and I agree on that one, 10-9, so he can take some of the heat for it too. Very close round.
It's also possible there were judges that went 10-8 for Chandler in the first round and gave the second round to Ben Henderson. There's all over the board ways to go.
Nothing in sport like controversy, gentlemen.
Yep.
Benson Henderson, smart. Boy, I want to be smiling after that.
Nothing in sport like two high-level world championship caliber fighters meeting in the main event.
And what he starts doing, not only does it hurt getting kicked in the ribs like that, as the rounds go on, breathing gets harder and harder. It feels like you have an anaconda around your chest when that swelling starts setting in.
Great shot by Henderson. Now we're seeing good defense here by Chandler. But a good pressure and a good scramble by Henderson. Good leg kick by Chandler. Round and round they go.
Good, you can push there.
Right here in the eyes of the judges, guys, even though not lots is happening, whoever has their back against the fence is losing the position, and these seconds matter. If Henderson can just hold this, even lift a knee, maybe a foot stomp.
Do it.
Now, when they're in those clinch positions, we're in the double leg positions, Chandler a little bit shorter, a little bit stocky. It's hard to get underneath his shoulders, which is huge if you're going for the takedown.
Only way to do it. If you want to take him down, you've got to get underneath him. Another good leg kick there by Chandler. Benson backing up, conceding real estate of that ring a little more than he usually does, a little more than I like. But Chandler also doing a good job of cutting him off and putting pressure. There's a good 1-2 by Chandler, and again, it does score.
We saw the same thing against Koreshkov. Once he felt the power, once he got the respect, he started playing the outside. We're seeing a similar thing. His right hands hurt him, no doubt, in round one.
Henderson is taking that good 1-2 basic combo right on the jaw. Oftentimes, the real problem, gentlemen, is he's not firing back. When he takes that shot, he needs to answer.
Now, he's done well with the jab and this kind of lead right hook. I think he needs to mix in a few more power shots with his left hand. See if he can get Michael Chandler backing up. Go for the guillotine.
All right, Chandler had this exact same position in the first round. Should have finished the fight. Benson Henderson found a way out of it twice. Chandler has it again here. He should finish this fight.
Problem is, as soon as he gets guillotine position, Henderson pulls half guard, which makes the guillotine much, much harder to finish. He'll concede that bottom position to get out of the guillotine.
Any fighter that wants out of a contest takes that opportunity that Chandler just gave him. Benson Henderson is here to fight, gentlemen.
For sure.
Chandler
One
to the
hook
back.
in. Can't see if he has the other one. They're up against the fence. Chandler has what I call wrestler's jiu-jitsu. It's opportunistic. If I get your neck, rear naked choke, front choke, I squeeze until you're out. It's not pretty, but it's powerful.
You don't think the kicks of Ben Henderson are doing damage. Get a load of the left leg of Michael Chandler.
Oh, man. Good scramble here, but Chandler on top. And like we said about the fence work, you're on top, you're winning in the eyes of the judges.
There's nothing normal about Ben Henderson.
Nothing at all.
Benson Henderson just won't concede a position. Michael Chandler, when he gets on top, he needs his opponent to relax, to concede. Okay, you've got the position. Let's see what you can do. Benson Henderson will not do that. He keeps moving, he keeps working, and it's making it hard. Though Chandler is having good moments here, it is making him hard to advance.
You think you're going to get 25 easy minutes out of Benson Henderson 155, you're wrong.
You are wrong.
For that sit out, that Kelly can't get it. Wow, interesting choice.
I agree with that.
Interesting choice. Henderson has a great guillotine. He's going low single leg.
Very interesting why Chandler chose to put his head underneath.
Living up to the billing.
Top of your head, he can hit you there. Hey, you can hit you there with it.
If you've just found your way to us, we are through 3 rounds of the lightweight world title fight. Years in the making between Ben Henderson and Michael Chandler. And Michael Chandler, guys, started strong.
Beautiful right hands, aggressive. Look at this beautiful suplex, 5-point throw in freestyle, and then Michael Chandler going for the ground and pound. I don't know what is in Benson Henderson's head, but it's not normal brain matter because he started coming back in round number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Benson Henderson is anything but conceding this contest, and with 2 rounds left, I think he's down by 3, but I don't know if he knows it. Benson Henderson is here to win a world championship. It's as simple as that, guys.
Every round, there hasn't been an easy round to call. Was the first round 10-8 or 10-9? Was the second round, was it Chandler or Henderson? How did you guys see the third round?
I thought that was pretty clearly 10-9 Chandler. On top a lot, landed the better punches.
Now, Michael Chandler is winning the fight, but look at the number on your screen. When fights go this far, now we're in Ben Henderson's territory.
Exactly. Chandler has never won a decision in a 5-round fight. Benson Henderson lives there.
When he tapped out Eddie Alvarez, that was in round 5. It was not a decision. Michael Chandler has only lost 3 fights. The 2 decisions that he lost were both very controversial, very close fights with Will Brooks and the rematch with Eddie Alvarez. Ben Henderson has gone to the judges 14 times and 11 times has had his hand raised.
All right, great shot here by Chandler. One of his first, picks him right up.
Watch the triangle, dumps him.
The only advantage to picking a guy up off the ground is you got to put him down where you want. I don't think Chandler quite got over to his corner. An old Matt Hughes favorite. Remember when Matt Hughes used to walk you right over to his corner and plant you hard as a rock? Matt Hughes used to get into the ring before the fight and walk around and feel the hardest part of the ring. That's a true story. Pick his opponent and try to put him down on that. I think Chandler had a little inspiration there. He's got Benson Henderson down. He's starting to score. But guys, look at Benson Henderson. He will not concede a position. He will not lay there until he stops moving. Michael Chandler can't start an offense.
It's tricky.
It is
very tricky.
I just want everyone to understand how tough. This is an absolute display of toughness by Benson Henderson, who's got a Kimura.
Can't finish.
Chandler comes out. Benson Henderson has been flirting and taunting a triangle choke all night long. Sooner or later, he's going to throw that up.
Yep. Ground game, very, very tricky, very underrated.
Deep in the fight, bodies are sweaty, much harder to hang on to positions like that, especially from where Ben Henderson was.
And one thing, just to add to that note about the takedown, getting lifted like that, usually demoralizing. Can take guys mentally. When a dude beasts you like that, man, it takes a lot of wind out of your sails. Don't expect that from Benson Henderson, too experienced.
Benson just waited for gravity to kick in, knew he'd come down eventually, and went right back to work. I'm fully aware he is losing these positions. I'm just saying it is so surprising that he will not concede. He will not concede anything.
Tricky little details. Tricky little details. Keep enough weight off him. Switch. Trying to come out again. Chandler won't give him any space.
Chandler's got his hands locked here. The first thing Benson needs to do is try to break that lock. He can pummel inside. He can put pressure on the wrist or the elbow. He can threaten a guillotine.
Beautiful.
Excellent. Excellent reshot in the lift there by Chandler.
And just like you, I've done my research. Michael Chandler, never a state champion. Second in Missouri, just like you. Second, he said it just kept that fire burning all the way through college and made him an All-American. He wasn't one of those prospects coming
Ben
out.
Henderson hunting for it again.
Chandler's going to have to roll. Okay.
You know, his hips weren't behind that submission. He had the Kimura position with his arms, but his hips weren't engaged. Not going to finish that.
Yeah, to the point you made a minute ago, you're right. He wasn't a champion as a high school athlete. He went into college at Missouri with the greats like Ben Askren.
Yep.
He went in there with Tyron Woodley. He battled it out. He set his goals, and he's been able to elongate his career. And here is a former non-state champion who is now the world champion.
And even as the world champion, he had something else to drive him, and that was Ben Henderson.
Exactly. He's always found that motivation somewhere. Henderson, a guy who usually nonstop. I see some deep breaths right now. Starting to feel the fatigue. Because, man, Chandler relentless with this pressure on top. Wasn't sure if he'd be able to get in this position, and man, he's just not letting Henderson off the hook.
Could Michael Chandler do it in rounds 4 and 5? That was the question. There was an inevitability that this fight would end up here.
And once again, going single leg, late, kind of an Iranian position. That's dangerous against a tricky grappler.
I don't understand it. Anytime you're in a grappling position, you want your head higher than your opponent's. He is electing to put his head lower.
Ben Henderson trying to get under Chandler, trying to roll over.
Oh, man.
Wow. Huge escape for the world champion.
Henderson does not believe this fight is stopped, does he?
It almost looked that way for a second.
No, he's taking his stool. All right.
Listen to me.
Chandler had trouble getting up. I don't think they got that on camera. He had trouble getting back to his stool. Had to be helped.
We're in a situation right now where that man could conceivably be down 4 rounds to none, depending on how you see this thing. And yet, you look at Michael Chandler now and look at Ben Henderson, and the 5th round is where he lives and breathes.
No.
So now the drama off the chart as Michael Chandler, who could conceivably, depending on how you've scored this, he could be up 4-0. And yet Michael Chandler, the worse for wear, and Ben Henderson now in the 5th round where he lives and breathes, and he was pumping up the crowd in between rounds while Michael Chandler was just trying to get to the stool.
Chandler has never been a guy who goes into survival mode easily. His hands down, still coming forward. He's not angling and circling and playing for the final bell. He doesn't do that. For better or for worse.
For better or worse. Listen, you dance with the one that brought you. He seems to know what he's doing. I'll tell you this from that last round. He was stuck. That was excellent, excellent defensive technique by Chandler to get out of that. Here we are now, and Benson Henderson is pushing forward. I think Henderson clearly knows he needs a stoppage in this round, and I think he's going to go out and try to get it.
The only round on my scorecard that's up in the air is round 2. I went 10-9 Chandler, could easily go 10-9 Benson Henderson. All the other rounds, I think pretty clearly Michael Chandler.
But remember, and if you're just joining us, 10-8 was in play in round number 1. On a night the judges have been fairly liberal with the 10-8.
Fans, Jimmy Smith MMA on Twitter, let me know what you think. I only think round 2 is close. I see this basically out of range for Benson Henderson. He needs a finish.
Ben Henderson is not human.
Oh, brutal body shot. But he's also not necessarily a knockout puncher either. He's not a guy who knocks opponents out.
3 knockouts in 30 pro fights.
Here he is. You know, he's failed at 2 takedown attempts earlier tonight. He got the 3rd. Now he's got his. What is going on, gentlemen? Benson Henderson just put the hooks in on Michael Chandler. He's turning the chin. He is turning his chin. This is a pressure hold. He's not going to choke him out here, but he can make this very, very uncomfortable.
He can crank him, but with a neck like Michael Chandler's, I don't see that happening. He needs the full choke. And Michael Chandler, that's the face of an exhausted fighter.
Benson Henderson looking for a body triangle. He couldn't quite find it. He missed it by about a ½ inch.
Going for the armbar, and he's out.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. That is what we call in the business a hope spot. Major opportunity there for Benson Henderson. And we are only halfway through this round. I assure you, he is not done trying to win this contest.
Michael Chandler, that's the face of a world champion hanging on for dear life.
Boy, the switch couldn't get it.
Very smart by Chandler right now. He's just keeping this double, keeping that shoulder pressure, grinding Benson Henderson, and he's trying to beat one thing, and it's not Benson, gentlemen, it's the clock.
What can Michael Chandler do in his sleep? Has he been doing his whole life? wrestle. Even though he's tired, you go to what you know. You go to the things you're used to. He's going to his wrestling because his energy just isn't there. But right now, Benson Henderson turning it on again.
Benson's going to come out with his back again. I don't know that he'll get both legs in again in this fight. It was a very great position. Chandler doing just enough, but again, anytime you are in a wrestling position, whoever has his head higher is winning, and Chandler has elected 3 times now to put his head underneath Benson.
For that single leg, low single leg, Iranian kind of position in between both legs, and both times it's been risky. Now he's in a tough, he can get crucifixed here.
In MMA grappling, whoever's head is higher is winning the position.
Ben Henderson survived the first round onslaught from Michael Chandler. Can Michael Chandler survive the deep water that Ben Henderson has made a career swimming in?
Biggest question of this fight. Those were the two. Could Henderson handle the explosion of Michael Chandler? Could Chandler handle the late surge of Benson Henderson? We knew it coming in. We really know it now.
And Chandler's giving Benson Henderson an inverted triangle. Henderson isn't taking. Liam McGeary would have taken it. And here Chandler digging. Look at Chandler's digging. He's so smart. He knows what he needs to do. He knows he's not in great position here, but he's doing enough to protect himself.
Ben Henderson, the heart of a champion to survive round 1. Michael Chandler trying to find the heart of a champion to last 25 more seconds.
Once again, low single leg position. Gotta watch the triangle coming out the back door. Now Henderson trying to circle.
15 seconds. What's Henderson got? There's not a lot of options. Maybe a guillotine attempt.
He's pulling his arms up to knee him. He's out.
Oh, Benson Henderson.
And a fight for legacy becomes an instant classic.
Benson touched John McCarthy. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he was not aggressively. He was simply trying to get one last shot in on Chandler. I mean, guys, if there's any story of this fight, it's not who leads with the title. I think that we all can come to agreement what's going to happen there. It is a story of heart. It is a story of 2 guys who would not concede their dream to the other.
They would not. Henderson has a bunch of energy at the end of this fight. He's walking around yelling at everybody. He's bouncing up and down. Always my question in a situation, and there's still bad blood here, is where was this energy in round 2, round 3, round 4? When a guy ends a fight with a lot of energy, I always wonder where he could have spent it better.
Smiling.
I always wonder that.
Smiling isn't winning.
Yes, exactly.
You know, Benson's having a little fun playing to the crowd. The crowd will not be judging this contest, unfortunately. And Chandler is a little too tired to get, to go along with it. He did what he was supposed to do. He left it all in the fight. To your point, Jimmy, Benson does have a little bit too much energy right now, doesn't he?
That's how I feel about it, but we'll see.
Let's check out the Black Hawk Premium Spice Rum Replay, the bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
This fight, you called it an instant classic for a reason. The back and forth, Michael Chandler exploding in round 1. Benson Henderson proving that he can take a shot with anyone, not only in this division, I think in the welterweight division, and then coming back, showing grit, heart, guts, technique, making it close through the middle rounds of Michael Chandler. I think controlled it partly on his takedown, top positions like this, where he was able to keep it close. Now look at this escape at the end of round 4, and then round 5, high drama. The only way you could say it, Benson Henderson fighting like his life and career depended on it, and he got out of the round. Man, what a fight. And here was the final escape. Michael Chandler, incredible stuff.
How did you see it, Jimmy?
I only gave Benson Henderson round 5, 10-9. Round 2 was close maybe, but I don't see how you can take it away from Michael Chandler. But I got to tell you, I've seen worse, Chael.
Sure I have too.
High drama for 25 minutes. The suspense ends now.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone 5 full rounds of action in this world title fight, we'll go now to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Michael Bell, scores the fight 48-46. He scores it for Chandler. Your second judge, Ron McCarthy, scores the fight 48-46. He sees it for Henderson. At Kingside, your third and final judge, Derek Cleary, scores the fight 48-47 for the winner by split decision. And still, Bellator lightweight world champion, Michael Chandler.
5 years ago, he climbed to the top of the mountain in the fight of the year against Eddie Alvarez. Tonight, he reaches the mountaintop he wanted for himself. He has beaten Ben Henderson.
All right, here we go. You ready? You ready? Let's get on.
Fight Clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers, it's Miller time. It's 3 5-minute rounds in the Bellator MMA lightweight division. Benson, Henderson in the red gloves. Patricky Pitbull in the blue.
In his last few fights, early in his Bellator career, Patricky Pitbull tended to come out smoking, really attack early, and then lately in his last few fights, he started a little slower, set up the knockout, and then bang, it's one and done.
Southpaw Henderson attacking the lead leg of the orthodox Patricky Pitbull.
Not just unorthodox in his stance, there's a lot of spinning stuff, weird heel kicks. Never know exactly what Benson Henderson is going to do.
Bellator fans fired up for this main event. Indeed, two talented and respectable fighters. And Henderson, good defense from Patricky Pitbull to sidestep that attack. Henderson looking to move to 2-2 in his Bellator tenure. Pitbull has just equaled the Bellator record. And this is 18th fight under the Bellator banner.
Nice right hand. Oh, I don't know what happened there.
Henderson stumbled. Was able to get back up to his feet without paying a price from Patricky Pitbull.
Threw a left hook, but didn't look like there was much on it from Patricky.
We can level to the shot here. He's on the cage. He gets to that upper. Look for the shot.
Patricky, black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, uses his takedown very sparingly. We just don't see it that much.
Has just one submission on his record. Superman punch by the southpaw Henderson. Patricky Pitbull has been submitted one time as well.
Lloyd Woodard broke his shoulder with a Kimura.
We talk about Henderson's durability. Has been knocked out once in his career and submitted twice. A record of 24-7 for a man who would love to make history one day by becoming the only person to win championships in WEC, UFC, and Bellator MMA. Again, already 0 for 2 in terms of title shots as he fires a stiff left hand to Patricky Pitbull.
Andre Korshkov hit him with everything he threw, and he was there for 25 minutes trying to win that fight. Unbelievable.
Well, Patricky Pitbull just made you a liar.
Do that kick over the top. Threw some spinning stuff. They just like proving me wrong. They just love that.
Hard to do, my man. 2 minutes left in the first round. Benson Henderson, Patricky Pitbull going through a feeling out process. Again, such an important fight for both of them. I mean, the biggest fight for Patricky Pitbull against, the most formidable foe on his resume. And for Benson Henderson, just how much does he have left at the age of 33, coming off a knee surgery?
Something happened, poked him in the eye. Don't know what it was. It was after a kick.
Patricky, get it out. You see, all right? Yeah, it's just a swipe. Look right here.
The kick.
Good.
And that finger comes down in the eye. Yep.
Fight.
I think it was the great Pat Miletich who said MMA fighters might need to sport goggles like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar back in the day. Don't think it would be aesthetically pleasing, but it is frustrating to see that happen repeatedly.
Tough. I'm talking about my least favorite replay. It's finger in the eye.
Oh, switch kick by Henderson. And Patricky Pitbull escapes. As Bendo was looking for the takedown.
Bendo already being more active in the first round than he was against Patricio.
Final 2 minutes of the opening round, scheduled for 3.
So far, it's Benson Henderson being the initiator, playing the outside a bit, but he's the one leaping in for that first shot.
Henderson goes to the body, and then Patricky Pitbull counters with a right. There's a sweeping left hook by Patricky Pitbull.
Yeah, a little right hook over the top by Henderson, and a left hook followed by Pitbull.
Pitbull trying to stalk Henderson is Bendo looking to launch a flying knee strike before thinking better of it at this time. Well, opening 5 minutes, a cautious opening round. Round 2 next.
It looked like it hit your leg. Get up.
The bell and round 2 between Benson Henderson and Patricky Pitbull in the Bellator MMA lightweight division. How'd you score the opening 5 rounds on your unofficial scorecard? Opening 5 minutes.
Yep, Henderson 10-9, just a little busier, a little bit more active. He was the initiator. That's why I gave it to him 10-9. Neither guy really landed anything of substance. Benson Henderson, he was striking first and striking a little bit more.
And Jimmy, far be it from me to be a purveyor of fake news. Michael Chandler tweeting me saying that he's not even close to being injured. He says he's been ready to fight since August. So bring on,
I just want him to know. I didn't tell it was you.
Bring on the rematch between Michael Chandler and Brent Primus.
Bring it on. I'm with it. I'll be free.
Oh, right uppercut by Patricky Pitbull.
Shot that caught Josh Thompson, caught him coming in.
Patricky Pitbull caught Henderson with that right hand coming in, but Henderson resets.
And that's something that might be kind of dampening the offense of Patricky Pitbull. Is has to worry about the takedown. Henderson good at changing levels. Punches him in the thigh.
Why not? Benson Henderson, a high fight IQ, changes levels, looking for that takedown. Defended by Patricky Pitbull with the underhook.
Tenacious with the takedown, not letting it go, trying to wrap up both legs. Now switching single. Reaching for switch, going back to straight on defense, trying to stay strong with the hips.
Tenacious Benson Henderson keeping Patricky Pitbull stapled along the fence.
Yep. Burning a lot of energy going for this takedown, but usually has energy to spare. Able to pop out. Almost had the takedown there.
Just past the midpoint of the round and the fight. This one's scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds of the Bellator lightweight division.
Back for the elbow, that's one of his specialties. Pitbull looking at John McCarthy.
Old school foot stomp.
Yep.
Hello, Marco Huas. Under 2 minutes left in the second. It's a stalemate along the fence. Oh, nice knee by Patricky Pitbull, slashing elbow. Follow-up. Remember KJ Nunes and Eve Edwards in a similar situation with a knee. Edson Berto.
Kind of a guillotine position. You can't go for it without his hips being activated.
A minute left in the second, in what has been a somnambulent second round. Restless fans here in San Jose wanting more action. Former Bellator MMA lightweight champion Michael Chandler letting it be known on Twitter that he wants more action.
He always wants more action. Michael Chandler only has one gear. His 9th gear.
It's the fan-favorite one. 30 seconds left in this second round, a gritty affair, and let's not discount the efforts of both Patricky Pitbull and Benson Henderson.
One thing about a night of great fights, fans get a little bit spoiled.
And Jimmy, you've been training for many years. I mean, MMA is about different facets, and there, Patricky Pitbull with a takedown. Final round is coming up.
Here you go. Hey. Good job. 1-1. Great job.
The beautiful smiles of Mercedes and Lindsay letting us know that it is the third and final round in this Bellator MMA main event. And Big John McCarthy calls for the bell. Benson Henderson in the red gloves, Patricky Pitbull in the blue gloves. After 2 rounds, how do you score it on your unofficial scorecard, Jimmy?
Well, both rounds to Benson Henderson. It was a snoozer of a last round, but Henderson was the one going for the takedown. He was the one trying to get the fight to the ground. Pitbull on the defensive.
Left body kick by Henderson.
I've seen with fights like this, man, it can go either way. Either guy can feel great about the scorecards going into round 3.
Patricky Pitbull in a straight line, backing Henderson up momentarily with that combination. Henderson changes levels, looking for the takedown. Once again, in case you missed it, Jimmy Smith has it 2 rounds to none for Benson Henderson.
But both close. I mean, the idea that all 3 judges agree is pretty ridiculous.
Wild left hand by Henderson.
Both guys have to fight like they need this 3rd round. They probably do.
Adjustments you want to see made in this final round by both Henderson and Patricky Pitbull, Jimmy.
The volume for both guys. I mean, neither guy's really put their stamp on the fight. Patricky Pitbull, the question is, can he win rounds without hurting his opponent? Hasn't landed anything that's really hurt Benson Henderson.
Good takedown defense exhibited by Patricky Pitbull. Oh, and Henderson.
Headbutt? Did they clash heads?
It may have. He dropped momentarily, but bounced right back up to his feet. Man, you heard the snap of that liver kick by Henderson. We're being told there wasn't a headbutt, Jimmy. It was a shoulder that hit Benson, but
that was kind of an awkward collision there.
He seems to have recovered with 3 minutes left in the fight.
Patricky Pitbull always looking for kind of that home run shot, but not putting punches together the way he needs to set up that home run shot necessarily. Against someone like Benson Henderson who's going to keep coming.
And here in the main event position, what has been a terrific night. Henderson gets caught again by Patricky Pitbull, but and Henderson with a left hand and showing off the whiskers of Patricky Pitbull, who ate that shot. I was going to say they want to an impression. They want to win emphatically if they want to get back into title contention.
Exactly. Another good right hand. Another thing is the way Benson Henderson fights, he's off balance a lot. He's flailing around a lot. I mean, you know, we didn't identify how he went down. He kind of ran into Pitbull's shoulder. A lot of times, guys hit punches and his head just goes all over the place.
And again,
looks like he takes a shot.
Exactly.
Exactly. So sometimes it's easy to overestimate when he gets hit or how badly he's hurt. Diving in for the takedown.
Didn't set that takedown up the way we're used to seeing Benson Henderson do so, and Patricky Pitbull now just trying to put his weight down on Henderson, looking for a submission.
But remember, Benson Henderson was able to kill, what, 3 minutes in the last round from this position? Even though he didn't set it up, he's comfortable just working from here.
Elbow from the bottom there as Henderson cut.
Loves that
Patricky
move.
Pitbull.
Loves that move. No-look elbow right at his opponent's face. He can't see it, can't defend it.
And there's a series of elbows from Patricky Pitbull trying to break the grip of Benson Henderson. Coming up on the final minute of the fight here in the Bellator 183 main event.
I'm surprised in round 2 that we didn't get a separation from Big John. Let's see if he lets this last minute go.
Oh, right hand connects for Patricky Pitbull, but Benson Henderson eats it and coming forward with a knee attack. I wonder where that toothpick is for Benson Henderson. Maybe
He'll never tell you.
Knee in the gut for Patricky Pitbull on Bendo.
If he has any punches, now's the time to throw him. I have him slightly ahead in this round.
Henderson backpedaling, 15 seconds left in the fight. Body kick by Bendo. Another kick, that one was cut by Patricky Pitbull. And it will be up to the 3 judges at cage side to determine the winner in this main event. So how do you have it after 15 minutes, Jimmy?
2 rounds to 1 for Benson Henderson, and thought he took the first 2 rounds by the barest of margins. He gave Patricky round 3, started landing some power shots. But I don't know what the judge is going to think about this one.
Here is our Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum replay. The Bull 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
Pitbull, the knee catching Benson Henderson coming in. He was timing his shots better in round 3. But in rounds 1 and 2, Benson Henderson, the initiator, throwing the shots first. Getting in there, being the attacker, going for the takedown. Not successful with it, but at least pushing him against the fence and going for it. Patricky Pitbull having trouble finding his range, throwing 1s and 2s, not a lot of setup shots.
That was 3 of them. Solid.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Derek Cleary, scores the fight 29-28, scoring the fight for Henderson. Your second judge, Marcos Rosales, scores the fight 29-28. He sees it for Pitbull. Your third and final judge at cage side, Wade Vieira, scores the fight 29-28 for the winner by split decision, Patricky Pitbull.
Well, the look of disbelief on Benson Henderson's face says it all, but Patricky Pitbull wins the main event via split decision as he improves to 18-8, 11-7 in the Bellator cage. And the Bellator Blues continue for Bendo. Let's go up to Jimmy Smith.
Patricky, very tough fight with Benson Henderson. Couldn't find the range for your power shots until later in the fight. What was the difference?
I eat former champion for breakfast. I want to Brent Primus. You have my gold. You have my belt. Stop the run from Pitbull. Do you know? Do you run 2 times? 2 times, baby. I come for you.
Nothing more to say than that. You heard it, Patricky. Pitbull, ladies and gentlemen.
Almost brought a 5-round mentality into many of these fights, some of which have been 3-round fights. And the one common thread here, slow starts. 4 first rounds in Bellator. He's lost all 4. 2 of them were 10-8.
And that's the big thing. I want to see Benson start to initiate from the beginning. Big, hard kick. Beautiful right hand. Don't sit there and just defend. Be offensive. That's what you want to see out of Benson Henderson.
Yeah, the presence of mind when somebody else has your leg to go forward, not backward.
Yep. That takes training. I think Benson's done a little bit of that in his time.
And you see it damage immediately. Big head kick.
He's hurt. He is hurt by
Huerta's
that
in trouble
kick.
early.
That takedown is not going to work with where his hands are at. Benson stopped that. Really what Roger's doing is buying time right now. He took a big kick to the head. You could tell that it started to freeze him a little bit. He's getting hit with huge shots. This is the Benson Henderson that everyone expected from the beginning. Coming in, damaging right away. We got a big cut on Roger also from that kick. Beautiful takedown by Benson. Nice position. Roger's trying to bring his leg through to keep him away and spin out.
You wanted a fast start, there's your fast start.
That's what you're looking for. Benson going for
he's thinking knee bar. He's got so many different ways to go.
And you gotta love that he's going for that because it's saying, man, I'm attacking. I don't want to be the guy that just sits here and positions. I want to be attacking and creating problems for my opponent. Good snap down with that position on the hips. That knee hit again. He's landing big, heavy blows. The one thing people will tell you is Benson, he's got super heavy legs. He had a knee injury, he wasn't kicking as much, and now you can see he's opening up with those kicks, and you can see the effect that they have.
This is a sight for sore eyes for Ben Henderson fans right now. Vintage stuff here in the first 2 minutes.
Beautiful transitional change right there. When you see what he did, he goes for the trip. It doesn't work, but he brings to a different position. I'm going to switch my takedown. He does, gets him to the ground. Roger's doing a good job of getting himself against the fence for balance. Really technical fighting going on right now.
And you know, we're talking about these losses for Ben Henderson. The most amazing part is that he not only was standing, but jumping around after them, after these 5-round wars with Andrei Korshkov, which is one side of the 5-round fight as you're going to see. And then, of course, the fascinating Michael Chandler fight, which I thought was a clinic on so many levels.
The one thing, when you're the trainer of the guy, your big thing is, man, I just want you to go out and perform to the best of your ability. Leave it all out there. That's what you're going to tell him. And when a guy is bouncing around afterwards, you're saying, I don't think you left it all out there. You held back and you have reserves, which means you could have done more.
Watch the Chandler fight again, because it's a great fight to watch anyway. But the very end of it, if you just gauge it by who would you rather be at the end of the fight, you're looking at Ben Henderson jumping around.
Oh, yeah.
But it was interesting because you were in there and had a different view of that fight when you watched it again.
I did. When I was there at that time with that fight, because of what Benson did at the end, I was thinking I think Benson pulled this fight out. And then I went back and watched it. If you go round by round, no, Michael Chandler won that because he controlled more of the aspects of the fight. He did great work in the first round. Again, it was that Benson Henderson that's coming out slow and then building, but not building to the point where at the end he's left it all there. You look at Benson, what he's doing right now tonight, this is the Benson Henderson you want to see. He's attacking, he's going after things, he's being methodical at times, but he's being explosive too, and he's doing damage in here.
Tries to jump knee.
Almost the same thing as Adam Borst right there.
The lines for Ben Henderson, so straight, so disciplined here.
Benson is so complete and so good in every area that when you're tying up with him, you think, okay, I want to tie up. No, you don't, because he's strong inside and he's got a great clinch game and he moves himself to a better position. He takes little damage when you're throwing offensive techniques, he blocks them, he moves his body, he angles, he slips his head. He does all the things to keep himself from being hurt. He just has to go into that offensive realm that now puts him in an area where he's hurting his opponent instead of just fighting with him.
And that nearly got through from Huerta, probably his best shot of the round.
Yeah, but it was more forearm than fist that it hit, so there wasn't the power that it looked like. Benson getting inside there, bringing the knee up, beautiful right hand off of it. Really impressed with the performance of Benson Henderson. I think this is the first round
10 seconds.
in his Bellator career he has won.
And he wins it by a mile.
Nice heavy
Vintage
kick
Ben
again.
Henderson through round one.
Crazy loud. I can't figure out each one I turn to. Strike.
We were joking that maybe all you have to do is tell Ben Henderson this is round 3, not round 1. It looked like it.
Nice kick. Roger holds it. You see what Benson does. He doesn't just try to defend. It comes off Benson. Big kick right there. That's the one that opened Roger up above the eye. That's a solid kick to the head. That's why it hurt Roger. That's why he starts backing up. He felt that it stung him.
That's a good example of a round that you can discuss 10-8, but it probably falls back towards 10-9. It's right in the middle there.
Yeah, he stung Roger. He hurt him. He was the one that was controlling the fight, controlling the distance, but Roger was in that fight the entire time. He took damage, but not enough to give that 10-8. That's a 10-9 round for Benson Henderson.
Better start here in round 2 for Roger Huerta. Tripped up, stepped on the foot of Ben Henderson.
Beautiful axe kick coming to the body. A lot of people think that's a stomp. It's not a stomp, it's an axe kick. That's why it's legal.
Ooh, he thought about it.
And he had a chance at it. Roger did the right thing to stop what he was going to do. He's going for it. Now he's got his legs. It's going to be tight.
Stop.
That's it.
A brilliant performance bouncing back by Ben Henderson.
Outstanding. That's what everyone was wanting to see out of Benson Henderson. A performance that he is a dominant fighter who can take on anybody and come out with a win like that. That was beautiful.
He's back. The face that says, I told you this was me. I told you this was me. I was due for this performance, and I delivered.
It's that kind of performance. When you come out and you deliver in that fashion, it gives you a confidence. It tells you, you know what? Maybe I am as good as they say. Maybe I can compete with anyone instead of that. Man, I'm not sure that I can do this anymore. And beautiful, beautiful performance by Benson Henderson. You can't say there was anything bad.
What did Huerta do differently? He defended it the first time. What happened here?
But then he allowed that dip. When you see him dip that shoulder down and you see the body bend, it allows him to get the legs up. Watch the dip. He's going to dip it down. Boom, you see it. Gets the legs wrapped. Now it's tight, and that pressure of a straight forearm across the neck with the legs pressing on that. You cannot blame Roger Huerta for tapping. There's nowhere for him to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a guillotine choke. Officially, 49 seconds into round number 2. The winner by submission, smooth, Benson Henderson.
Win number 25, his second, in theory, inside the Bellator cage. A statement win, and lots of love for a very familiar face. Big John, oh, he's all cleaned up when he's with Ben Henderson.
With a performance like that, you can get me dirty. That's all right. That was the Benson Henderson that everyone expects every time you come in the cage. What was the difference in the way you approached this fight than you have in the past?
For me, it's just I have to get finishes. I know that. I need to work on it. I need to do better. It's on my shoulders. It's on me to do better. You're not going to give me the decision? Fine, no problem. Don't give me the decision. I'll earn the finishes. I'll earn the stoppage. That's okay.
You were doing things, being offensive, going after him. You're known as a slow starter. And now that's the type of performance no one thinks you're a slow starter off of. What was it that you felt in there from the very beginning when he caught the kick and you hit him with the right hand? You just progressed in a fashion that was doing damage.
Yeah. Budapest. I want to say, you guys, it's been a great, warm reception from you guys. I love you guys. I'm going to come back. I'm going to bring my wife and kids back out here. Thank you guys for the warm reception. And to everybody else out there, I just got to say, go be great. Go try and be great. Whatever it is you do, whether you're a line cook, whether you're a mechanic, whether you're a camera guy, it doesn't matter. Just go do something and go be great. If we all just try and go be great at something, I think the world will be in a much better spot.
I think you're absolutely right. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Mr. Benson Henderson.
Rob Hines will be our referee. I mentioned it earlier, 18th Bellator fight for Alexander Shlemenko, 18th Bellator fight for Syed Awad. They are tied for third all-time. Joe Warren, Michael Chandler, Patrici Pitbull with 19. David Rickles, Patrici Pitbull with 20. Benson Henderson said, I haven't given Bellator my best performance yet. Here we go! Tonight's Fight Clock brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste and only 96 calories. Heavy kick early from Benson in the red gloves. Awad in the blue gloves.
Benson Henderson's kicks are incredibly heavy. He does a lot of damage with them. He needs to establish those kicks on that front leg of Sadawad's, take away some of his mobility, take away some of his power.
Let's see if the start for Benson Henderson is at a better pace than it has been in the past. And Benson has admitted many times he's a slow starter. He's lost the first round of every fight basically in Bellator, and this isn't a 5-round fight. He's got to get to work quickly.
Yeah, it's one of the things. I had talked to his coach long ago, John. I said, man, I would never put him in anything but a 5-round fight because he does start slow, but he has been working on doing things that are going to change that. He talked to me and he said, you know, John, I used to think too much. I would think I can do this, I can do that. And instead of doing them, I was thinking about them. I need to start doing them.
He evaluates his opponent's movements and so on early in the fight, much like Anderson Silva used to do, but you can't do it too long, John, and then find yourself down on the scorecards.
And that's exactly it, because it's not that you're really not getting beat up, but you're losing the fight. You're not landing enough, you're not doing enough, and eventually all of a sudden you find that you're so far behind, now you have to get that knockout or that submission to get the win.
Syed extremely confident, like a new fighter since moving over to the training lab. Sam Calavita, we mentioned, Mark Munoz, Dwayne Ludwig, TJ Dillashaw, Cub Swanson, with all those new babies still there.
Benson being very careful of that power that Syed possesses. Getting into him on this is a good idea. Get his hands collapsed onto that leg, but he's got to be careful of that neck. It is inside there. Nice takedown by Benson Henderson, taking him completely out of his ability to land that knockout blow.
Benson has not been stopped since the one and only time he was knocked out. That was by Rafael Dos Anjos back in August of 2014. It came in his 25th fight. And the referee in that fight is sitting next to me, which probably pleases Benson Henderson.
Completely, man. Get rid of that guy. That was one of those fights when, you know, Benson coming in just got caught. It can happen to anyone. That's part of MMA. I always said, look, no one's going to go undefeated in MMA. There's too many ways to lose. When you look at what's happening right now, Benson has a distinct advantage, in my opinion, on the ground against Syed. Syed has got the power. Benson has got the technical skill. And on the ground, he can move himself to good positions where he can do damage against Syed.
Benson said he knew he would have to weather an early storm, and it looks as if he has, trying to get a hook in. Syed Awad doing a nice job of fighting it off for now.
Syed is making a big mistake in trying to talk to the referee. He's upset about something. Don't do that. Fight. Let the referee do his job. If you think that something went wrong, just continue on.
Remember, I mentioned Syed Awad has not been submitted in over 8 years. Nicely done, but not out of trouble yet.
Good movement by both fighters. Syed Awad getting himself up, Benson following him around, not staying with something that he was going to lose, moving to a position he could still continue his attack.
Great scramble by Syed Awad.
There you go.
Now he's trying to crank on the neck of Benson.
He is going for that Darce. Where Benson is at, he's going to have a hard time closing it off. You can get this from being underneath. He just needs to create that pressure. He doesn't have it.
Benson back on top.
What Syed was upset with and what he was complaining to the referee is Benson Henderson grabbed a hold of his glove, not his hand, the inside of his glove to control his hand, and that's what got him the position.
20 seconds! 18 seconds, man! There you go.
Good start in our co-main event of the evening. Tonight's Corner Cam is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Easy to switch, easy to save.
Great job by our Bellator. Sorry, thank you.
Yep, he did not. Hey, you can't let him dictate the pace for as long. You understand? You have to throw some stuff. So let's do, when Eddie calls it, I want you to do it, and then hit the Viking again. He can't get up, champ. He can't get up. We're going to catch him in this round. Yachty?
Great job by our Bellator production crew in catching. Look at that grab. You can see Benson Henderson grabbing the material of the glove, not the hand. That is illegal. That's what's pulling Syed over, and that's why he was complaining to the referee. He's saying, hey, he's got to hold it. You can't break that. It's not like someone's grabbing your hand. He's got the material. He's going to control your hand. It is a distinct disadvantage, and that's why it's a foul.
John Crouch said to Benson Henderson, you cannot let him dictate the pace. You're going to catch him this round. Round 2. The southpaw Benson Henderson, red gloves. Went for a little bit of a flying knee. Syed Awad in the blue gloves. 4-fight win streak for Syed Awad.
Syed is having to, it's a good little scream out, but he's having to deal with those kicks, and I'm telling you, Benson Henderson has some incredibly hard kicks. He kicks, I've had guys I used to train that went down to train with him, they go, man, there's one thing, Benson Henderson kicks hard. And Syed is having to deal with those. That's slowing him down a little bit, but he's still coming forward. He's looking to land his hands on Benson.
They're not quite Herschel Walker legs, but they are football player legs.
Oh yeah,
on Benson Henderson.
He has got heavy legs.
He likes that low kick as well. Good 1-2 by Smooth.
And nice setup on how he did it. Good read by Awad, the way he went out. He just got hit by a big left hand.
Still to come, our main event. The Last Emperor, the American Gangster, the winner fights. Ryan Bader. 90 seconds into round 2.
He's got, if he can get himself up, turn his head, he's got this takedown. Nice job by Syed Awad to reverse that. Syed Awad showing great wrestling prowess. Benson's still in on it. He's got to stop what he's doing. He's got his hands clasped. Normally you get those hands together. That's why the takedown happens.
Sam Calavita, his head trainer. Strength and conditioning is his specialty. The Ironman took him 15 years to qualify for Kona, the Ironman World Championships. I don't think you can ever come in and tell that guy you're tired.
What you're seeing with Benson is utilizing his head as that third arm, pressing down on Syed Awad's head, pushing it against the cage, getting his hand free, and opening up with a shot. This is how you tire a fighter out. This is that grind that we talk about. This is how you bring someone into those deep waters.
Friday, November 30th, live and free right here on Paramount Network. Two knockout artists, Melvin Manhoff and Chidi Bang Bang Njokuani, face off in a pivotal showdown at 185. Bellator MMA live Friday, November 30th at 9, right here on Paramount Network.
Good explosion by Syed to get himself back to his feet. Benson's still on his back, but he's in a much better position to get himself back to where he wants to be in the stand-up. Good hip ride. You can see Benson trying to get that hook in. He's got it now. He actually has the arm too. It's too high.
But relentless in his attack.
And that's when we talk about that transition and chaining these techniques together. When one doesn't work and now I'm switching to the next, you beat the one, but then now all of a sudden something's coming in on you and you're not ready for it, and it gets a hold of you, and now you're back on the ground.
A lot of this battle has been on the ground, but an interesting note on Syed Awad. He's got 10 career wins by knockout. They've all been in the first round. And that comes to the gas tank and the things that he has told us in the last few visits, John, that he has solved.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's putting out a lot of energy right now, and he does not seem to be slowing down. He was reaching for a Kimura. Not a good thing to reach for a Kimura if you don't have control of the lower body also. Big knee by Benson Henderson.
The champion, Brent Primus, Michael Chandler, December 14th in Hawaii. Of course, Patricky Pitbull on a 4-fight win streak. The winner of this fight might just face himself a Pitbull next.
This is a very fast-paced fight. Benson Henderson is pushing the action on this fight. Syed is here for all of it, but he's still complaining again. Something happened he's not happy with. He's got to stop worrying about those things. Stick with what you're going to do. Stay with your game plan. You got a head and arm choke going here. If he gets to the side, he's got a chance.
Can he get it right here? Looking for the finish. Syed Awad trying to survive. 10 seconds on the clock. Gives the thumbs up. Benson cranking on it. He made it. Wow.
Sit down, please. Knock this motherfucker out. Okay, Syed, look at me. You train hard for this. You understand what I'm saying, brother? I fucking do that.
Right? Everything's beautiful right now.
Hey, do me a favor, take a deep breath.
Hold it.
When you take his back, he's doing a really good job getting his elbow back. So just make sure we punch and then put the hook in so that he has to guard his neck. You hear me? Yachty?
Fedor Emelianenko, 4 of his last 5 wins by first-round knockout, including his 48-second finish of Frank Mir to advance to tonight's fight against J.O.P. Sonnen, who said wrestling beats Sambo and Judo all day long. Heavy kick by Henderson to start round 3.
That was a heavy kick, and I'm telling you, that kick hurt. I've got Benson Henderson ahead right now, 2 rounds to none. Syed has got to do something to change the course of what's been happening in this fight.
Good sprawl. And that was a legal knee to the shoulder area of Henderson.
It was legal. It hit the chest and shoulder. Totally legal attempt. Benson right back after him. I'm really impressed with the pressure that Benson Henderson is bringing in this fight against Syed. Syed is not wilting at all, but there's a ton of pressure coming from Benson Henderson.
Benson said, I have not given Bellator a great performance yet. Been pretty solid here tonight.
I thought that Benson's performance against Roger Huerta was an outstanding performance. It turned the corner for him, but it wasn't the performance that we've been looking for when he had a fighter that was scheduled to face him. Roger came in last minute. He needs something like what we're seeing tonight. Technically in this fight, Benson is just getting the better positions, doing the better work, causing more problems for Syed that he's having to deal with.
Benson and Patricky have fought before. It was a split decision. The main event back at Bellator 183. Just over 3 minutes on the clock.
Again, look at the use of the head. Look at what he's doing, is making that a third arm, pressing up against Syed, pushing his head to the side. It takes away a lot of the strength of Syed.
Stop. Up.
Rob Hines steps in.
No, back up. Stay right there. Benson, you grab the cage to hold your position. I'm not deducting a point, but I'm taking you out of the position. No. You grab the cage. Syed up.
This is what Rob Hines is talking about. You can see his fingers through it. In that position, I honestly don't think Benson was purposely trying to grab the cage to hold the position, but you can look and see why the referee ended up taking him out of the position because of it.
And Rob said if you do it again, he will take a point. Benson was like, I did? Replay says, guilty. Syed awash.
Syed still throwing hard, and that right there tells me that all that training that he has done with the training lab is working, because he used to burn out in fights. He is not burning out. He's been in bad positions. He's done a lot of work, and he's still going strong.
Don't forget, immediately following our main event here tonight, it is the post-show. It'll be on our Bellator app and live on DAZN. Syed Awad on Big John's scorecard, down 2-1. And he has only 2 finishes in his career after the first round.
I know Benson Henderson loves that long hair, but I don't know how he fights with it in his face.
Maybe he does a little Clay Guida FaceTime and they discuss how you do it.
Oh,
big right hand.
It did land, but it didn't have the effect. It was the kick and the off balance that really put Benson down, but it did land. Benson getting him back down onto his back. This has been a beautiful performance by Benson Henderson. All of the grappling, all the takedowns, all of the striking, all leading up to a dominant performance tonight.
Syed Awad back in 2015 lost to Patricky Pitbull. Suffered a broken hand in the first round. That was a unanimous decision. But right now, if Patricky's next on the list with Chandler fighting Primus, then Smooth Benson Henderson is about 40 seconds away from that potential matchup.
Potential rematch.
Yes. Both of them, it would be a rematch.
Benson's getting that same arm triangle choke. The biggest problem is the cage is keeping him from getting over to the side that would complete the choke. He's got a good squeeze and he's creating a lot of pressure, but he's unable to control the body. He could still finish this off as a choke.
Remember, Syed Awad has not been submitted in over 8 years. And it looks like that could continue. Benson dominant again here in the third and final round. Vintage Benson Henderson here tonight.
Look at that kick right under the elbow, right to the side of the body, leg kicks. Those kicks had a big impact in this fight. They helped Benson with his stand-up. They helped him in the grappling and getting the fight to the ground. Benson landed a lot of hard shots on Syed. Shots to the leg, shots to the body. punches to the head. Incredible performance by Benson Henderson.
That may very well be that great performance here in Bellator that Smooth Benson Henderson was talking about. Define the fight, stare at your past, the future goes flying by. Benson Henderson certainly was in the moment tonight with the official decision, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your official score totals will go to the scorecards. The first judge, Daryl Porter, scores the fight 30-27, while judges Tim Corrado and Marcel Varela both see the fight the same, 30-26. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Smooth Benson Henderson.
Benson Henderson with a dominant performance. Here's Big John.
I am here with your winner, Benson Henderson. That was an outstanding performance. The kicks, the punches, the grappling that you brought onto this cage against a good fighter with power in Syed Awad. How are you feeling right now?
For me, guys, it's all about, it doesn't matter what you do. You can be a reporter, a camera guy, you can be a fighter, you can be a reporter. It doesn't matter what it is you do in life. It's about how you conduct yourself, how you act. Your sons, your daughters are gonna watch what you did. It's on TV. How are you gonna explain to them, oh, well, you know, this guy talked to me bad, so I jumped off the cage. Oh, well, I was just selling a fight, so I decided to talk this. How are you gonna explain that to your kids watching? Oh, I was trying to sell a fight. Oh, he said something to me. Your son's gonna be 5 years old. He's gonna tell you, this kid said something to me at school. What do you say? Oh, go beat him up? No. Watch how you conduct yourself. You are professional athletes. You gotta hold yourself to a higher standard.
Let's talk about how tough Syed was. You had him 2 times in an arm triangle choke, close to finishing him. How tough a fight was it for you?
It was a super tough fight. I grabbed him a little bit, and to my surprise, as soon as we disengaged and I let go of my hands, my arm's a little bit fatigued. He did a good job fighting off the initial takedowns and made me really work hard for it. So we backed away. My hands were from here down to here. I couldn't quite hold them up. I tried to throw my jab, it was like extra slow. I was like, man, that's a slow jab. What is that? Tried throwing a straight 2. It was all slow and out of place and everything. Oh man, your arms are tired, boy. You gotta do something here.
I'll tell you what, that was your most impressive performance here in this Bellator cage. Outstanding fight against a great fighter. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Benson Smooth Henderson.
Picolotti and Henderson. The bomb. Against Smooth Benson.
Ready? Fight!
Here we go! The southpaw Benson Henderson comes out with some leg kicks. He's in the red gloves. Picolotti in the blue gloves.
And there is a real question in my mind what Benson is going, the way he's going to start, because if he starts giving ground, Benson starts to slow down. Can Picolotti back him up, or does Benson hold his place and start to throw shots?
Benson Henderson, the leader of the lab. The guy everybody in that gym looks up to. A man that Henry Corrales has basically said changed his life. And man, what a success story Henry Corrales has become here inside the Bellator cage. And Benson takes that responsibility very seriously, thus he wants to continue to fight at the highest level.
Oh, there's a nice knee coming up for Benson in that clinch. You're right about Benson. Benson, he's an adult, and he's a guy who has been fighting for a long time. He's come up through this sport, and he knows what his responsibilities are to other fighters, and he leads by example, and you have to be very impressed with everything he does. This
This is exactly what Adam Piccolotti wants to do. He wants to utilize basically the same game plan that Josh Thompson did long ago.
Yep, this is what Josh was talking about at the desk, John. Is Adam's ground game.
Adam has a very good ground. Like we said, they are very similar in everything they do. The question is, does he get what he needs in this position? That is not tight enough right now for that choke to work. But Piccolotti is doing exactly what he wanted to do. And again, first round, look at what's happening with Benson Henderson.
Not an easy man to stop. Benson Henderson. 1 loss by knockout, 2 by submission in his professional career. Tonight, fight 35.
And all of this was set up by Benson trying to start fast, in that he threw a big shot with a lot of power that missed, and Adam took advantage of that, took him to the fence, and now we're in this position with Adam riding his back.
And he's looking for the finish here, right now. Can he get it? He's got it locked down. Henderson looking to fight it off.
It is not close. At this moment, he is in trouble as far as having a man on his back, trying to put a choke on him. But right now, Adam does not have anything.
Long-time black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Not just Benson Henderson, also Adam Piccolotti earned his belt, his black belt in BJJ back in December of 2012.
Benson doing a good job of 2-on-1, controlling that arm, knowing that as long as I have one of these arms, that choke is never going to happen. Adam trying to switch up to a body triangle right now. Figure 4 in that body, trying to keep him in place. Benson should be turning himself towards his right to put that foot down to the ground so he can try to spin himself out of it.
The guy who spent hundreds of hours on the mat. And as you mentioned, John, looking to win Nogi and key world championships as well. Benson's always competing. Has not been submitted since 2013, the armbar in the title fight against Anthony Pettis.
Possibility of Adam Piccolotti getting an arm triangle here. He's got a good position with it. You're going to see Benson taking his arm and trying to extend his arm down to create a space between. Now he's taking his leg and bringing his leg into play with it. All smart defense by Benson Henderson.
Well done.
And what does Adam Piccolotti think right now? He's the guy winning the fight.
Yep.
But his opponent is now out. And how does he feel about that? How does he respond? Big elbow by Benson.
Well, look how Benson's responding. With serious fury.
And landing big shots.
Heavy kick.
It's so weird sometimes psychologically what will happen to a fighter when he does so well and then it doesn't work for him. Don't worry about it, just keep moving on.
And as the great black belts do, Benson stayed relaxed and finished strong.
Tech wants to talk to you. Great job. Calm.
I need you to rinse your mouth out. Spit in the bucket, okay?
Hey, we're doing magics and zebras. Stepping in so deep, we go right underneath it. This is running like a 21-6. Right? Let's look for 6s and knees. Okay?
Hey, you need to settle down.
Here's Piccolotti against the fence in that gets the takedown. You see Benson trying to use his hand to stop it, can't do it, and then right away, Adam taking the back, getting his hooks in, very good positioning by Piccolotti, gets the choke in, but you can see the calmness of Benson Henderson. He was never panicked, he was never in a position where he felt like he was in trouble, and that says a lot about who he is. Look at that left, right hand hitting, good shot, little open.
Gentlemen, let's
Set for the start of round number 2. Round 1 obviously going to Adam Piccolotti. Benson came out firing. Huge knee. Benson has been angered by those submission attempts.
Piccolotti getting a nice single leg, still not there. Great job by Benson, stretching out, getting himself back. Now he's going after the takedown.
The key for Adam, John, is to be confident in what almost worked in round number 1, right?
You know, and you've got to have just confidence. Okay, I did this in round 1, let me go back and do it again. Don't get frustrated like I didn't finish. That can happen. You're working against a great fighter, so you don't finish. But now, in letting Benson get his back, this is a problem for Adam Piccolotti.
Benson, Henderson.
Benson's got that right hook in. Piccolotti's taking his time. He's being calm. That's being a good, mature fighter. Don't panic. Just control the hands and start to scrape Benson off of your back.
Benson Henderson, as my partner mentioned earlier, said, I don't want the belt, I need the belt. He's had one in the UFC, the WEC, and wants that Bellator one.
Benson's a little bit high here. He's got to get that hook to hold. Exactly. Good job by Adam to shake him off, but Benson comes right back into him. Benson is in no trouble right now with what Adam's at. He's just relaxing, controlling, and saying, I'm going to get position here. Piccolotti needs to be careful of his neck in this position.
Henderson's cranking away. Can he get a standing guillotine? Heavy knees. And Piccolotti breaks free. What a fight.
We said that they matched up very well in all areas. And that was the question of who was going to be able to instill their force upon the other guy and make the other guy fight the way he wants that fight to go. Piccolotti looking for that takedown.
Oh, nice.
Benson changing levels. Piccolotti keeps on shooting for that switch. Right now, this is not a position for him to look for that switch. Benson taking him to the ground.
Cardio has never been a question with Benson Henderson, especially with all the 5-round fight experience.
Good job by Adam Piccolotti to scramble his way up. Could be looking at a super low stretch right here if Benson starts to take that leg.
Adam told us definitely the biggest name that he's ever competed against, but it's still a fight, and a fight it has been. With just under 2 minutes on the clock here in round number 2. Great to be with you tonight here on DAZN. Don't forget 100+ fight nights a year for less than $100. Download the DAZN app now or sign up at DAZN.com. Big elbow got him.
It was a big elbow by Benson. Got a heel hook attempt by Adam Piccolotti that is not going to work. Big shot again. But he is in a position with his leg if he can close that down and stretch Benson out.
Adam said that loss to Goichi Yamauchi, the mental lapse he had will haunt him forever. He was 9-0 at the time, 5-0 in Bellator. Then the late opponent changed from Derek Anderson to David Rickles, a fight at 165. But he's answered back and done it impressively.
Now, I know that that fight bothers Adam with Goichi, but you're looking at anyone in that position when you're that age and you're doing so well, you think, I can't be beat. Then it happens. You know what? You got to learn from it and move on, and that's what he has done.
Definitely. His teammate will fight for the belt still tonight. John Fitch, Rory McDonald. Welterweight title fight. Alina Leigh McFarland, Vita Ortega coming up next.
Settle down. Let's not even talk for a second.
Your knees are working, right? Every time you throw, you duck them down.
You need to breathe for me. Settle down.
Here's that. This is what we'd almost look at as a 10-finger guillotine attempt in the beginning. You saw Benson getting his hips into it right away. Adam was able to defend, so Benson brings in. That's a tight choke right there. Adam Piccolotti is putting up with a lot of pressure. Good job to remain calm and get himself out. There's the elbow that started that cut on the ground. We have an even fight in my estimation. That was definitely Adam Piccolotti winning the first. Benson Henderson definitely wins the second. Who wants this fight? Because the guy who wins this round is going to get it.
Five minutes remain. 1-1. Henderson, red gloves. Piccolotti, blue gloves. Look for a little flying knee. Wasn't able to pull it off as Adam Piccolotti was able to close the gap there, Big John.
Yeah, Benson going for that big movement. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't. You're seeing right now using a very high, went to rubber guard, brings in the high close guard on Piccolotti, controlling that posture and making to where Adam Piccolotti offensively cannot do much here. His arm is trapped inside of that, and there's a lot of pressure on his neck right now. It's not where it's going to choke him, but he's got to work and start to back himself out, which can be dangerous in getting you into submissions.
Benson looking for that pedalata, black belt in Taekwondo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
That is tight right now, I'm telling you. Benson, if he can control that leg. Good job by Adam Piccolotti, remaining calm. Just saying, I'm going to be good here. Yeah, I can feel that glove and that fist on my Adam's apple, but it's not going to stop me.
Good attempt from the bottom, though, by Benson Henderson. 26 career wins for Henderson. 11-2 record for 30-year-old Adam Piccolotti. And anybody's fight with 3:15 on the clock.
Absolutely. Great job by Benson to get his leg back underneath him. You see Piccolotti now with the head and arm trying to control him, keep him down.
And good discipline, partner, with the knees.
Oh, he knows that right now. He can try to go to the body, but he cannot go to the head, and he doesn't have the ability right now with where he's at anyway. So Piccolotti's fighting smart. He's trying to control that position, try to hook that leg, keep him down. Nice job by Adam Piccolotti. He's in a good position to just keep controlling. He's got that arm behind the back.
This is what Josh
chicken wing on that arm.
And Benson once again able to scramble to the top. This is a clinic.
Well, both guys are going after some really cool techniques. That was a big elbow by Benson. Piccolotti knew what he had, and he's done that in the gym, and I'm sure it's worked for him. But when you get into a fight, nice little technique by Benson, but Adam countered it, made it where it didn't work, and he ends up in the position with Benson's back against the fence again. And these are right now the rounds. When you have this going on, there's a lot that's going on for both guys, and it is the grappling. But you can't say just because Piccolotti is in the top position, he's winning this grappling. Right now, it's fairly even. Both guys have done good things. We've got about 1:45 left in this round, and it's still anyone's fight.
Wins over Josh Thompson, Nate Diaz, couple over Frankie Edgar, Melendez, Cerrone, Guida, Syed Awad, Roger Huerta. Heck of a list. Piccolotti giving Benson everything and more here tonight with 1:20 remaining in this 3-round fight.
And that's Piccolotti with that clamp down on the legs, goes to the back. Smart move by Adam Piccolotti. He set that entire thing up knowing that Benson had to try to move and waited for it and then went for that back.
Boom. Can he get it here with 1 minute on the clock?
He is not going to get that choke there. He's got a great body triangle. What he should do right now is do not let Benson spin within your legs. And that's what's happening. Benson is going to end up in Piccolotti's guard.
Yep.
And how much damage can he do in the last 40 seconds of the fight?
Benson with a win over the featherweight champion, Patricio Pitbull.
What a great fight, Mike. Both guys going after so many cool techniques, going after each other. Outstanding competition.
Chael Sonnen, you are right, my friend. His Benson train is far, far from its final destination. What a fight! Henderson, Piccolotti, go the distance. What a showcase right here on DAZN. Plenty to look at, partner.
Oh my God, what the things that were going on here. Look at the chicken wing. That's what we call that. He's got Benson's arm back up, that is on his shoulder. Benson shrugs him off, goes after, you see Piccolotti coming right back in to try for the double leg. Here's your choke. This is a tight choke, and these are the things that the judges are gonna have to remember. Both guys had choke attempts in this round. It was a tight, tight round. Here is Adam Piccolotti getting the back, but it was never close, and that is the difference in that fight. It is so tight. This right here, Benson's doing everything to get himself into that position of being on top, squeezing through that body triangle. Just an outstanding effort by both guys. Woo! I don't want to see anyone lose.
No, I was just thinking the same thing, partner. Thank you, Henderson and Piccolotti. What a fight. They are loving it here inside the Shark Tank. Let's check out Big John's scorecard.
Man, that fight was so close, and that last round, there's so much. There was a good choke attempt by Benson Henderson on Adam Piccolotti. There was shots thrown by Benson Henderson on Piccolotti. There was a good choke attempt by Piccolotti. He had the better takedowns. I look and say, who did the damage? Who was closer to finishing the fight? It is by a gnat's butt. I'm giving it to Benson Henderson.
Oh, what? Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to hear that again. Benson just came up towards us, and I think what he said was, man, that was so close. Or I don't know. Or maybe it was that so close, I just don't know. And I think that's what the world is saying right now. We're going to find out soon, though. Judges have rendered their decision. Is it Henderson or Piccolotti? Here's Michael C.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your three judges at cage side. Your first judge, Anthony Magnus, scores the fight 29-28. He sees the fight for Henderson. Your second judge, Michael Gingona, scores the fight 29-28. He sees the fight for Piccolotti. Your third and final judge at cage side, Marcos Rosales, sees the fight 29-28 for the winner by split decision, Smooth Benson Henderson.
That is relief. 17-4 record for Miles Jury. 27 career wins for Benson Henderson, who said, and I quote, Miles is breakable. Jury said, I can do some things to give Benson trouble. Here we go. Main event of the evening. Benson comes out swinging. Could we see a fast start from Smooth Benson Henderson.
This is already faster than he normally starts.
It's kind of what I was throwing to you, partner. He switches to southpaw. He came out traditional, and there he goes again. He told us in the meetings the other day that he may switch things up and come out in a traditional stance. He has done it quickly once or twice here in the first 30-plus seconds.
Yeah, I can relate. I would switch a lot in my stance, and when I switched into my stance, I wanted to pull the trigger fast because I didn't feel comfortable there defensively.
Interesting perspective, especially in a day and age, Josh, where so many people are seamless going back and forth.
Yeah, they're working on it. People are getting better at it. What we just saw was something really tricky out of Ben that I've been doing for a while that I actually stole from him when I used to fight, is that little front thigh punch.
Yeah.
Little front thigh punch, little side leg kick, and his leg kicks are nasty. I take it from experience.
Yes, vicious. And he put a heavy one on Myles Jury already, and you can see some redness above the knee on the left leg of Myles Jury. Talented, talented kid. Alliance MMA, ended up in Power MMA for a bit. Very close friends with Little Heathen, Jeremy Stevens. Lived with Jeremy for a long time. In fact, first went to San Diego to be a training partner of Jeremy Stevens. Eric Del Fierro and Myles saw each other at a wedding, and he said, "Come on back, kid." And he did, and he's here now as part of that Find Alliance team.
You hear it all the time. Fighters, they've been with their longtime coach. Myles with Del Fierro for a long time. And then just more fighters started coming, and he started feeling that he wasn't getting the attention that he used to get. And then they start thinking something's wrong, and then they leave. And they're just not the same fighter anymore. Now that he's back, he said everything's been good. We talked about it. We squashed it. We just got things out in the open. And you can tell by the way he walks around now. He's a lot more confident. And just, he feels good about the relationship back in Alliance.
And there was a ton of hype on Myles Jury when he made it to the big time. Benson Henderson is off to a fast start. Throwing a lot of shots here in the first part of round number 1.
I'd like to see Ben go back to that leg kick. You can see they're having a little bit of an effect on Myles Jury.
Myles, in the interview earlier this week, Josh talked to you about the fact that he finally had to realize that Eric Del Fierro was only one man. Yeah. And there's so many great fighters at Alliance and so many guys over time fighting for titles that there was only so much time in the day. So there was never a disrespect or an ignoring thing. It was just the fact the man can only spread himself so thin.
Yeah, but what happens is, and I can speak from experience, I used to train at AK, I still go by there every once in a while, obviously, but Javier Mendez was one man.
Absolutely.
And you can think about all the guys who went through that gym, right? And I used to get all the attention because I was the only UFC fighter at the time back in 2000. And then slowly a couple other guys came and they got some attention, and then it slowly more came, and we started building a big team, and that's exactly what Alliance did. You know, like Dom Cruz and, you know, all the other guys, and nice combination by Myles. Interrupt my talk. But a good combination there. But that's exactly what he went through. When you're young, you don't see that.
Yeah.
He's matured as a person. He's developed as an athlete and a fighter now, and he understands where he stands now at that gym.
He can certainly be a huge factor at 155 here inside the Bellator cage. Final minute of round number 1 of our main event, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. This would not be considered a slow start for Benson Henderson.
This is an extremely fast start for Benson. Of course, we'd like to see it pick it up a little bit more, but Myles needs to also start a little bit faster.
Yep. He's starting to open up.
Nice straight left, though, right there by Benson.
Highly decorated in his MMA career, and Aiden even used the hockey reference. He wants the hat trick of titles in major organizations.
so he's got that knee coming up the middle. When you pull the knee, let's go, and just throw a couple more punches. Everything looks great. Head movement looks good. Feet movement.
If he starts trying to come aggressive, look for that spin. Other than that, change up. 1-3, 1-3, 2, 1-3 inside, 1-3 high. He wants to rush. Quick.
Doing great, bud.
Real good. Way faster than that. Real good. Focus. Present. Look perfect.
Check. Okay. Good job, champ. Let's give him a little bit more volume now.
Yeah, just turn it up. Hey, turn it up. Hey.
Smooth Benson Henderson came out firing. Miles Jury settled in and started to fire back in round number 1. Round 2 of our main event of the evening. 3 Arena. Dublin, Ireland. Mike Colbert, Josh Thompson, Aiden Power, Paul Semtex Daly. Red gloves for Benson Henderson, blue gloves for Miles Jury, the native of Royal Oak, Michigan.
You heard Benson's coaches say, kid, we had a good first round, let's turn it up now. I mean, I gave the first round to Ben also. Miles has got to pick it up himself. This has to do with the cobwebs. It's your first fight in Bellator. New stage, you're the main event, you're fighting Benson Henderson. That's a lot to take in.
Huge opportunity. Miles talked about on frequent occasion. Nothing to lose. You know, you could say that, but there's so much to gain that there is a lot to lose. Because Miles Jury can put himself right into a title picture if he can pull off a victory over Benson Henderson, one of the best at 155 in the world. It's been a stand-up battle thus far. Miles Jury, the first fighter to knock out Takanori Gomi in Japan. That was back in September of 2014. He was on the verge of his own title shot when he fell to Donald Cerrone years ago. So he has been near the top of the mountain before. And man, there's some redness on the left leg of Miles Fury Jury as he switches to southpaw.
Yeah, those leg kicks are having an effect. You can see he's switching his stance back and forth, but he's also hesitant to pull the trigger with his hands. Which sometimes means that he can't set his weight because the leg's feeling a little injured.
Benson with a nice 1-2. Stepped into that jab, and he throws the kick again. Henderson able to get those kicks off so quickly. No wasted motion. Economy of movement. Midway point of this 3-round fight is upon us. Benson Henderson looking for his 4th straight Bellator victory. The thigh punch.
Miles has got some of the best jiu-jitsu I've seen, especially when he was younger.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised I haven't seen him at least threaten a takedown or press to the fence.
Both men black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Benson a black belt under John Crouch, also a black belt in Taekwondo. Miles a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu since December of 2013. Following the kick up with the left hand. You know, everybody talks about Benson's transition into Bellator and the rough road early. That said, he fought at 170, which is not his natural weight class against Andrei Koreshkov. Had to win over Patricio with the leg injury. And you know what? That has happened before. People have check kicks and had their leg broken. Anderson Silva. Michael Chandler, split decision. Split decision with Patrici. I mean, some really good fights and then wins over Huerta, Zayed Awad, Piccolotti, and Henderson hopes tonight Jury.
He's fighting a better fight this fight than he has in his last couple fights. In the Patricio fight, a lot of people thought he was losing also.
Yeah.
You know, Patricio was landing the cleaner shots, landing the better leg kicks. They had him winning. He obviously, I think, won the first round. Then he threw a kick and Benson checked it, ended up breaking his leg. So that gave Ben the win, but people look and say, man, Patricio was actually winning at 155. But then later on we find out Patricio's got the power to stop somebody like Michael Chandler with a knockout.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2. Body shot. Josh, let's take a look at another one of our fight replays brought to you by the Marines.
As you can see right now, what's dictating the pace of this fight is Benson Henderson's kicks. Look at the red marks on Miles Jury's side of his leg. As the fight goes on, the red marks gotten worse and worse, and that's slowing the momentum of Miles Jury to step in and throw heavy shots with his hands, because there's a little bit of swelling on that leg, as we can see in the redness, means that he can't actually plant and put weight down on it to throw power punches.
The Marines winning battles for our nation and for all its people. John Crouch and company fired up in the corner of Smooth Benson Henderson.
Come back again. You're in control. You're in control. Patient pressure, let your hands go.
Jury, Henderson, set for the third and final round of our main event of the evening. 5 minutes remain. Oh, double kick from Henderson early here in round 3. He has done a ton of damage to the lead leg of Miles Jury. And again, same spot. And the thing about Benson is he throws that kick, Josh, from orthodox or southpaw and lands it in the same place, and no switch.
Yeah, he throws the same spot from that position. Then also, too, what he'll do is he'll fake that, and then he'll come across with his back leg across your back leg, which is something most people don't do. Getting kicked in that back leg it's an unconditioned leg. So those kicks hurt probably twice as much because you're not used to getting kicked in that back leg. One thing he does very well is mix up his kicks.
And that kick hurts twice as much as a normal Benson Henderson kick. That's nasty. A spin and a miss by Smooth Benson.
There it is, that little...
Yeah, to the thigh again.
Little jab to the thigh. Just one more thing for you to think about.
Yes.
That's all it is.
And we talked earlier in numerous fights, Josh, about when you are able to mix things up. And in here, Benson's mixing up his striking techniques. But if it's the entire arsenal of your MMA capabilities, when you mix things up, you oftentimes have great success. And he's kept Miles kind of guessing by mixing up his strikes here thus far tonight.
Yeah, I'm surprised Miles' corner hasn't told him to change up the game plan. Let's make adjustments, let's change this up, because this isn't working.
Oh, heavy body kick. 2 minutes into the third and final round. Henderson, much like Chris Cyborg, now a member of the Bellator family, would like to do, wants a world title in 3 major organizations.
It's a race. It's a race to see who can get there first between those two.
And of course, the lightweight champion puts his 145-pound belt on the line tomorrow exclusively on DAZN. In his first fight of the Featherweight World Grand Prix against the Spaniard, Juan Archuleta. Head kick and a slip, right back up. They're been nothing slow about Henderson tonight.
Straight left, right down the pipe. That rocked Miles a little bit. Best shot of the fight right there.
Henderson has been ultra aggressive throughout this fight against Miles Jury, and he knows Miles dangerous. Ton of respect for his opponent coming into tonight. He told us earlier in the week, Josh, put on boxing gloves, I beat him. We put on a gi, I beat him. We wrestle, I beat him. Whatever I do, I beat him. So far, he's beaten me. But there's still 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining.
You hear the crowd getting a little restless. Well, we got the fast start from Benson Henderson. Now we just got to get what Paul Daly was talking about. We got to start getting some finishes because I feel like he can. I think a lot of the fights he ends up going the distance. He's content with doing what works instead of picking up the tempo and trying to get that person out of there with the success that he's having with whatever he's using at that moment. He should try doing that more to get these guys out of there.
Benson has 12 career wins by decision, which just validates the point that you just made, Josh. Spins again. Final 20 seconds now. And Jury able to connect. Define the fight. Stare at your past and the future goes flying by. Certainly, Benson Henderson has defined this fight tonight as they go the full 15 here inside 3 Arena in Dublin.
The story of the fight was this, the kicks all day long. Benson's been landing the kicks the whole time. That was probably one of the most highlights that Miles Jury had of the night. I think the new home, this is what you see from some guys in their very first fight. It's just they're hesitant to pull the trigger. Nice little straight left by Benson, probably the best shot of the night. I would just like to see Benson pull the trigger a little bit more. He got off to a fast start. There you go, that straight left.
All right, let's find out who's going to be popping a bottle of La Chamendua. Here is Terry Cavanaugh with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored about 30-27 in favor of your winner. By unanimous decision, Benson Smooth Henderson.
Great performance tonight by Benson Henderson as he earns a unanimous decision victory over Miles Jury. So what are you going to do? Get in the fist fight again.
You ready? Let's go, gentlemen.
Here we go. Main event of the evening. Fight Clock brought to you by Geico, the southpaw. Henderson is in the blue gloves. The former 3-time lightweight champion, Michael Chandler, in the red gloves. Kick landing early from Henderson. Answered by Chandler.
Go to the kitchen. Or the attic.
Benson's got to dictate the pace. He's got to make sure that Chandler doesn't set the pace and the tempo right off the bat.
He has landed 2 very good kicks to the body. And you know, you get hit with a kick to the body, it takes you back a step, and it makes it to where you start to consider getting close again.
So the biggest reason why I want Benson to throw those kicks to the body is that keeps Michael Chandler's right hand loyal to his ribs.
And in that first fight, the shots that stunned Michael the most were some of the knees to the midsection that Benson was able to land.
One of the things Benson talked about was the fact that he thinks that Michael Chandler runs out of gas, that he gets tired. Well, right now, what he's doing with all of these body shots is sitting there poking a hole into that gas tank. You hit him with a lot of body shots, that gas tank's going to get empty fast.
Chandler's reaching a lot with that right hand. He's getting heavy on that right hand. He's putting himself out of position quite a bit.
Good combination. 1-2.
Ben talked a lot too in the first fight after he went back and watched it, how the jab was so effective and how he said he planned on using it a lot more in this fight. He's doing everything he said he was going to do, John.
Absolutely, he is looking exactly what we said he needed to do. He's trying to make that happen right now. He's going to the body. Nice little left counter by Chandler.
What Chandler did very well there was he switched his stance, and when he came back, he threw the other hand. Nice job.
No slow start tonight for either fighter.
Nice. Good. Hey, don't
Fast starts have never been a problem for Michael Chandler. He always comes out at 100 miles an hour. That was a nice shot.
Oh, he's down. It is all over! Just like that! Michael Chandler finishes Benson Henderson! The first man to finish Benson Henderson in nearly 6 years! Let's go!
Wow! That was a big shot, and it didn't look big, but you could see the physical reaction from Benson Henderson when he got hit. Everything went limp. He was out.
Yeah, I got to see this replay here. Step
that shot right there, beautiful left hand, right on the button. There's no one there. Watch the left hand. Right hand sets it up. Left hand right on the chin. Benson goes down, and you see Mike land one more right here. Actually didn't even land it. It was just the reaction of Benson hitting the ground. Watch what happens. That left hand is everything.
This shot here looks like it grazes the top of the head. But we talked about this with Matt Mitrione. Matt Mitrione was fighting another left-hander, and that's what happened here. Chandler switched to left hand, and then the shot came right down the middle. Not something Benson's used to dealing with.
That was a...
Benson Henderson knocked out for only the second time in his career, the first time since August of 2014. Rafael Dos Anjos, 5 years, 11 months plus ago, knocked out Benson Henderson for the first time. Tonight, Josh, Michael Chandler does it in round number 1.
Benson was doing everything that he said he was going to do leading up to this fight. And then what happened was the very first switch of stance from Michael Chandler was that nice little left. And here it is 10 seconds later, Chandler switches the stance again and throws the straight left right down the pipe that lands clean on the chin. Actually grazed the shoulder. That shows you the power behind Michael Chandler's punches.
Michael C. Williams to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 2 minutes, 9 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout iron, Michael Chandler.
Michael Chandler, very honest coming in, not expecting to finish Benson Henderson, but he does just that. And Iron Michael Chandler will visit with Big John.
I'm here with your winner, Michael Chandler. That was an unbelievable sequence, and you utilized a left hand. You actually went to southpaw. You never go to southpaw. You went to southpaw, you hit him with the left hand, hurt him, and finished it with the right hand. Talk about it.
Listen, man, when you train at Sanford Mixed Martial Arts with the best coaches in the entire world, the best training partners in the entire world, you can do anything in here. It's something we kind of worked on a little bit. Maybe throw him off his game a little bit. Benson is a champion, man. I'd be lying to you if I wasn't scared to death inside this cage, stepping in the cage with that monster. He knows how to win. He's a champion in and outside of the cage. Yeah, just trying to evolve, trying to be a better me.
You normally come out, we say at 100 miles per hour, you're always fast, and Benson came out very fast and was very effective in landing body kicks and body shots with his punches. How was that affecting you?
It's true, man. Ribs hurt right now. Foot hurts, leg hurts. Benson Henderson, as I said, people, you know, he doesn't have a ton of finishes. But man, he comes and he throws hard. He's got some big legs, big feet, and I just, man, I'm just happy to be here. Happy to be standing here in front of you, and I visualize this. Bree and Hap, Daddy, I can't wait to be home. I just can't wait to be home. It's been 12 weeks, so I'm excited to go home.
I understand that you want to go see the family, but right now, being that you are in this position in the lightweights, who is it that you're looking at? What do you want to do with the rest of your career right now?
Listen, man, it's all in God's hands. God has always opened up doors at the right time. He's closed doors at the right time. Whatever happens next, all I know is if this is the last time that I step into this Bellator cage, everybody around this cage, from the front of the house to the back of the house, to everybody on the microphones, to everybody checking us in, everybody taking care of us, you guys have no idea the impact that you've made on my life. I am not who I am without the organization of Bellator and the heartbeats and the people that I love so much that I've been able to share this experience with for the last 10 years. So we'll see what happens. Every single lightweight on the entire planet, you're on the clock, you're on notice. Scott Coker, you're on the clock. Let's get something done.
Sounds good to me. And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Mike Chandler, on a big win. Back to you, Goldie.
Ready to fight? You ready to fight? Go! Here we go! Tonight's fight clock presented by Geico. Henderson, the southpaw. He is in the red gloves. Jackson in the blue gloves with that huge reach advantage.
Jason Jackson just a little bit pumped up coming out in this fight. Normally he's smooth and relaxed and calm. He wants to get after it.
Well, John, he knows that Benson normally has a hard time with a fast start. So jump on him and make him fight early. If you can catch him early, you can get him out of there.
And the irony of that is Benson got off to a fast start in his last fight, but got caught. He said, you know what? Stay in this game long enough, it's going to happen.
Well, he's absolutely right. But he did get off to a very good start at the end. So Michael Chandler was doing good things. And it was just that little switch up that Chandler did, switching to a southpaw stance. He didn't see the shot, landed behind the ear. It can happen anytime.
He said, I wasn't expecting it, and it got me, and I won't let that happen again. The one constant thing in life is change.
Blackjack Saloon.
Eddie Alvarez watching the fights and talking about his buddy Jason Jackson.
Eddie used to train with Jason Jackson when he was part of the Brazilians, which is now basically Hard Knocks 365, which is now Sanford MMA. But Jason Jackson, you know, when he's walking out here and you're saying that he says nobody knows me. Well, I've known him for a long time, and I can tell you that now he is just an outstanding fighter. He's gotten better and better, and he is a handful.
Well, he trains with a lot of top-level wrestlers. He trains with Logan Sterling, who we just saw fight last week against Yaroslav Amosov, who's 25-0. Logan Sterling was 11-0 at the time before that fight. Mara Usman. And then in their coach by Greg Jones. You also have Gilbert Burns, a top-level jiu-jitsu guy. So he's gonna, no matter what Benson does, he's already seen all these things from his training program.
See it right there. That says a lot about Jason Jackson. We talked about his defensive wrestling. Right there, respond. Do not accept. Make him pay for it. Him coming in, landing that shot. I want you to have something in return.
Well, here's the thing with Benson Henderson. He's got heavy, hard leg kicks, and everyone knows that. So what happens when he fights people, they usually succumb to that leg kick. They just take it and don't return back. Jason Jackson right now is proving that he's not afraid of those leg kicks.
Benson has talked about how diligently he has worked on his striking game, and he wants to showcase it.
Yeah, he talked about a lot of the work that he did with Rob Emerson. Yep. Very happy with that. And he says, I just need to bring it to the cage now.
It will always surprise me how he can fight with his hairline. It drives me absolutely crazy.
Move the shoulders and move the head.
Well, Clay Guida took it to a whole nother level. Benson puts something around it most of the time. Good exchange.
I mean, I want to remind people, though, Benson's fought, what, 3 times at welterweight?
3 times at welterweight.
Both times in the UFC, he's got wins over the welterweight fighters there. He came over to the Bellator, and he lost to Korshkov badly. And here he is now fighting.
I know that's not nice to say, but it wasn't a really close fight.
But Benson can admit that as well to himself.
And it was very similar to what we're seeing here. It's the length that he had to deal with against Koreshkov. He's got that same problem in dealing with Jason Jackson.
Yeah, but the 2 wins that he had in the UFC at 170, one was against Brandon Thatch and the other one against Jorge Masvidal.
That's true.
That was a nice head kick. It landed a little bit with the knee. Should have followed up with something right after that, after it landed.
Oh, that was a big left hook by Jason Jackson.
Big John.
The one thing that you're seeing right now, and you know, Josh, when you're able to control the distance like Jackson is doing right now, nice knee on the exit, it is very difficult when you've got that reach advantage that he has. Benson has got to figure out a way to get into him without getting damaged.
Ben's got to be careful because he's dipping his head every time to make up that reach advantage by trying to throw the loopy overhand right and left.
Michael Chandler stopped Benson Henderson. He was the first man to stop him in nearly 6 years.
Ivy off of that.
30 seconds on the clock, round 1. Smooth one, it's tough to finish. Good body shot from Henderson.
30 seconds, 50 seconds.
One of the things I really like what I'm seeing out of Jason Jackson is he's returning. Anytime he gets hit, he returns with something.
Going gives round that round.
Your lordship, talking yachts and some more. I used to run the block, now I'm corporate. Hopping out, you know it's sun when the doors lift.
I watch that right kick. You know that right kick's coming when you're against the fence.
They watch me like the chip, courtside at the rucker. Flows only getting tougher. She begging me to cuff her. Look the sweet chick, waffle for breakfast.
When those kicks are coming, I need you to think, Viking it up, keep going, strike out of it, high guard out of your clinches, okay? Yeah, sit. The right high kick is so we just stand on. Yeah. You got it?
Yeah, great elbow at the end, man. We've seen it all. You block all the shots.
Live right here, CBS Sports Network. Round 2. John Crouch, while we were in commercial break, said the most important thing for Benson to do in the exchanges when he comes out, Josh, guard up. Keep that guard up, because those kicks and the returns, as John talked about, are coming from Jason Jackson.
Yeah, I've shared the cage with Benson. He's not a fast guy. He doesn't hit extremely hard. His leg kicks are hard and they're heavy, but they're not fast either. So the fact that that's how Jason Jackson's able to return. He's catching them and then he's coming right back after.
And the one thing that you're actually, when you see a guy catching that kick like that, means he sees it.
Still heavy though.
Nice return.
Well, it's like Jason said, the toothpick and the big legs. And we've said it many times with Benson. Looks like he would be a fullback or tailback in the NFL with that low frame and the power.
Well, before I fought Benson Henderson, everyone kept telling me how big he was. I got in there when I saw him at the weigh-ins, and I'm like, you're not a big guy. He's physically not. He's got big legs. He's got big calves. He's got a small waist and kind of bigger shoulders. But physically, he's not a big guy. And he's not a strong guy either. He's got good technique, as you're seeing right here. He's good at the entry, but the strength of Jason Jackson is overpowering Benson.
Yep, that was a very nice reverse of that takedown. Benson's the one that initiated. Jackson's the one that flipped him through. Ends up in the top position. Benson needs to open a guard here and attack Jason Jackson. Do not stay on your back in this position and just accept the shots, and you've got to either get yourself out or go after the submissions.
Well, what Jason's, you can see that he's improved in his wrestling because Benson's shooting with the head on the outside. So what Jason's doing is pushing on the head and then butt dragging him by and sitting to his hip and able to get to the back. And then Benson has to abandon it to try to get back to his feet, which he wasn't able to in this exchange.
Benson Henderson, a Brazilian
Nice step over by Jackson.
Sorry, Mike. No problem. Under John Crouch, which just gives more credence to Jason Jackson and what he's doing right now.
Under the arms! Good champ!
See, and this is what I'm talking about, where Jason Jackson has improved, because it used to be when Jason would hit the ground with anybody, he was just looking to get back to his feet. He would not engage on the ground because he was worried about it. Now he's feeling comfortable, and it's exactly what Josh was talking about. His work with Gilbert Burns, who is unbelievably good on the ground, has now given him a confidence he never had before.
Yeah, Gilbert's not bad. He's phenomenal.
I'm tell him you said that.
He's probably watching, by the way.
Iron sharpens iron.
Up here, man, up. Up right here, get up in underneath.
When you talk to anybody out of that camp, though, they talk about Gilbert Burns' work ethic, but they also talk about the fact that he's
got to take it if he wants to go with it. He needs to be careful about where he's at. Nice job of saying, no, it's not there. Let me take the back.
That was a nice transition by Benson, though, to continue to roll and turn his chin to get out.
Yes.
Benson has not been submitted since his second fight against Anthony Pettis in August of 2013. 7 years ago. 90 seconds on the clock.
We wouldn't have seen that type of transition from Jason Jackson attacking the neck like that if it wasn't for the guys that he trains with at him and Sanford MMA.
Henry Hu, Tommy Barzini, Ray Jones, a ton of great fighters.
You're talking every day that Jason Jackson is working out. He's training with guys that are killers.
That was nice job by Benson to hit that little peek out, coming out on the double now, sucking his hips away from the fence. He's got a minute to do work, John.
Yeah, but with Jason's back, he's got to get his back off of the cage.
He's not on you.
Got a little bit of a missed opportunity right there by Benson, not to get his hooks in and control the position better. This is not where he wants to be. He wants to try to mat return him, lift, put him back down to the ground.
Nice Grammy roll through. Look at Jason Jackson, he's a ground fighter now.
20 seconds.
I am loving what I'm seeing from Jason Jackson.
Cut the arm back. Get that leg free first.
Oh, nice knee.
Ben's got to get that underhook high. Now he's going to start trying to elevate that knee to drop the knee into the body there as well.
Spectacular performance through 10 minutes by Jason Jackson.
That's not what he was saying.
I know. I was cleaning it up, John. All right, you already did that. Don't play around on the floor.
Go follow him. Let's go.
Stand up, fight.
It was a little bit late.
Benson behind on the scorecard.
Oh, nice job. Again, hide those kicks behind the hands. That's when it works. That was a beautiful execution by Jason Jackson.
Nice knee. And now your hands to your kicks. Let's go.
Benson Henderson is just tough as nails, man. He has got no quit in him. He is always searching for a way to come out with a beautiful body shot by Benson.
38th professional fight for Benson Henderson, who turned 37 on Monday. He's been stopped only 4 times.
Nice job on elevating the leg and then stepping between.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that he let go of his hands on the legs when he did, though. Allowing Jackson to swing his leg in so he could at least attempt to stand up.
Well, what he did, John, was he let go of the legs and he elevated the one that he was going to circle to that side on, so that Jason Jackson had no choice but to go to his knees to give Benson his back. Nice reversal though by Jason Jackson. Oh,
nope.
Physical strength though of Jason Jackson.
When you got, and especially when you've got a guy that's got long arms like that, and you're trying for that, what is a Khmer that ends up into a straight arm lock, very difficult to make it work.
John and Josh, you guys have both talked about length obviously makes a difference on the feet, but it can make a big difference on the ground as well.
It definitely can. When you're working with a guy that's got what we call long levers, it's sometimes what you normally are able to pull up, you can't based upon the length of that arm.
And walk that Darce there.
He's got that. He just let go of it. Didn't feel it was right.
Oh, he was told not to play around on the floor.
In a much more colorful way.
Yes. And when you talk about leg kicks, you don't ever want to get kicked by Henry Hooper.
Stay heavy. Good shoulder pressure. On the leg. Get ready for him to dive.
Benson's going to have to figure a way out of the position because, in my opinion, he's behind in the fight. It's not that he hasn't been fighting well. He has. But he's got to do something here to get to a position where he can make a big statement against Jason, which he just tried.
Henry just said the same thing. Don't play with him there. 2 minutes.
Put your punches together, Jason. Make your feet work. Don't stand still. Don't stand still.
I like what you're hearing. You saw Jason Jackson almost threw that kick when he's on the ground. But make your feet work. That is great advice by Henry Hoof in that stand-up.
The length of Jason Jackson has Benson missing on those kicks by a big distance, and he's slipping because of it, John.
Exactly, and it's because he's trying to overextend.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is. Look at you there, Goldie, knowing about that overextension.
Wow, you and Josh have talked. A lot of things, but we won't talk about that. Jason Jackson said this is the biggest opportunity in my life.
You got a minute there. Elbow.
To go against a champion from 2 different organizations.
You gotta go, champ. You gotta go.
Mixed martial arts truly known around the world. Man, is he doing a nice job.
When you can compete against a guy that has done everything that Benson Henderson, we're talking about a rare competitor here. To have that opportunity to get in the cage and to execute against him, that's a special moment.
You know what surprises me the most out of him, by him, John? Is that it doesn't matter who he fights and how much punishment he takes, he never leaves the cage with a mark on his face.
He doesn't.
Cut the arm back. Cut the arm back.
It's the hair.
Now he's just built to something that we have no idea what it is. There's just differences, and he's got that.
Yep. 10 seconds.
One for the attack on the leg. That's a nice move by Benson.
One more fight.
That was a Hail Mary right there. Yeah, that was a Hail Mary.
Oh, Henry, that's what you meant.
Our co-main event goes the distance. And our official decision right here on CBS Sports Network is coming up next. Take a look at the final numbers. The fight goes the distance. 43 strikes landed, 20 of those punches. Benson landed some kicks. They both had 3 takedowns. In the end, it's in the hands of the judges and in the voice of the voice, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges' scorecards from cage side. Dave Peabody, Michael Bell, Doug Crosby, all seat exactly the same, 30-27. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Jason, the ass-kicking machine, Jackson.
Victor, thank you, Judge. Ready? Ready?
Fight!
interesting in a week in which Bellator makes a sort of long anticipated announcement. We've been talking about it for years and years about main events becoming 5-round fights. That was another adjustment that Benson Henderson had when he came to Bellator, was being in 3-round fights and being a slow starter in a 3-round fight. I was told there would be no math, but that is awful big trouble.
That is big trouble. And it's a matter of with Benson, I've talked to him about it. He goes, I know. He goes, I'm trying to get a feeling. He says, and I realize I'm not being that offensive after I go back and I look at it and I go, you just need to start more. And he really did that when in his loss to Michael Chandler. He was really coming out and fighting well and fighting fast. And he just needs to be sure he doesn't leave himself out of position. But beautiful start right now by Benson Henderson.
Yes, these are big kicks he's winding up on.
This right here, Brent Primus is going to find out Benson Henderson is no easy task to take down. So Benson needs to continue on with that pressure. Those kicks can be a big difference in this fight.
And the other thing about Ben Henderson's quote, and I'm using the air quotes now with the fingers, the slow start. He could not have chosen a more difficult path when he entered Bellator.
Oh my God.
Goes right up to 170 against the 18-1 world champion Andrei Koreshkov and got blasted.
Well, you think about it, go back to where he was fighting, and he fought against a guy named Brendan Thatch at 170. He won that fight. Then he beat George Masvidal at 170. So he's like, you know what? 170 is a good weight class for me. I feel comfortable there. I got a lot of energy. These guys being bigger is not affecting me. Big
Brent
shot
Primus
by
said he was going to let his hands go, and he did.
Big shot by Brent Primus. He hurt Benson on that.
But the Koreshkov fight,
oh my God,
taught us that Ben Henderson at 155 and 170, his chin is sharp.
Oh.
I mean, the shots he took in that fight were amazing.
He took some giant shots against Koreshkov and kept coming back, but Koreshkov put a ton on him. This is a guillotine attempt, but it's not going to work with what you're seeing from Brent Primus. Nice job of defending. See that wrist control?
It's a great look at it there, what Ben Henderson is doing with the red glove on Primus.
Brent needs to work himself back to his feet. Very nice job by Primus to get himself back up. He's going to try to work that choke. You see just that downward pressure by Benson Henderson keeps that choke from being effective. That's a lot of pressure, but not enough to put a guy like Benson Henderson out. Now Benson's going for that single. He's got his hands together on it. Needs to be very careful of letting Brent come up. He's got that Kimura grip on the arm.
He does, and Primus is, remember here, with fighters early in the fight, not as much sweat to deal with. Primus gets a lot of his subs early in fights because of that. Ben Henderson's hand reaching through, trying to keep the foot of Primus from coming all the way through.
You see Benson actually grabbing inside. He can grab his own shorts. He can't grab the shorts of Primus, but he can grab his own. Primus coming up. You better be very careful of the triangle.
Henderson is defending. He's defending well, but you don't score points on defense.
No, he's stepping over right there. Primus got a good lock with that Kimura grip, but not enough to create the pressure that's going to put Benson in trouble. Now he's rolling through. That means he's in trouble with that. Primus lost the grip.
He's out of it.
Now, when you're trying to put a Kimura on someone, it is a strength move, and you can burn a lot of energy doing it. We'll see how heavy Brent's arms are.
John, the evolution of MMA crowds to recognize the significance of what just happened.
Absolutely. You saw the way that Benson had to roll through with that Kimura to take the pressure off. Brent losing the hand control on it, losing the position. High-level stuff.
Very good offensive first round for Brent Primus. You could make the case if you want that his best performance was the loss to Michael Chandler because of what he was able to sustain over 5 rounds and losing his title back to the Kimura grip. But we're done with round 1. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but Ben Henderson loses a round 1 in Bellator. It was the fight that we did against Roger Huerta in Budapest. That was the first time that he won a first round.
True. Yeah. Here's the big flurry from Brent Primus. This actually hurt Benson. There was a shot in here that really had him in a position where he was not feeling good. Just
right
watch
here,
the left hand.
yeah.
Big shot right there. See, Benson's okay. He's still reacting with his head, looking for that ability to close. And this is after Benson escaped from that Kimura grip. Comes up with the knee. But you saw Primus in the end go right back to that Kimura.
Can't be on the cage.
This is usually where fights turn. You called what I thought. There have been a lot of candidates for best Bellator fight, and obviously everybody talks about Michael Chandler and Eddie Alvarez. The best one that I call was Michael Chandler against Ben Henderson because it was so divergent in the round.
Totally.
Every round you could say, was that a 10-8 or that a 10-9? Who won that round? And it was a fascinating fight that way because you had the slow starter against the super fast starter, the guy who's great at the end of fights, Ben Henderson, the guy who gets tired. And it's what you talk about all the time. At the end of that fight, Ben Henderson was doing cartwheels and he had all the energy, but Michael Chandler won the fight. All right, what does Ben Henderson have to do differently early in round 2?
Well, he needs to go back. There you go.
Yeah, that's
Those kicks are the difference. He needs to really go after the kicks, go after bringing them up high at times. You're not going to see Primus getting him in a takedown position off of that high kick. Benson's got heavy legs, heavy kicks, and when he goes down low, after bringing him up high, it's going to make it to where Brent's not going to be able to respond.
Talked to Benson this week about how priorities change and how you appreciate things more the older you get with combination. Because there was a time when he didn't seem too long for the sport. Now he is realizing that he's on the back nine and he desperately wants that Bellator world title. He's had 2 shots, 170 at 155, and he knows he has to win this fight tonight to get that last chance.
I don't know what was said to Benson in the corner, but he's doing the right thing as far as those kicks coming up high, and a lot of them. One of the things about Primus loads up on those shots, but you'll notice he starts to get square. Notice how he's not bladed, he's really squaring it because he's trying to keep Benson from being able to take him down. So that opens up the ability with those kicks to the legs, just like that, or coming up high.
That's the best shot of the fight.
Clean shot. Primus ate it well, though, man. Just snorted and came right back.
He said that's what, in some ways, to me, with all the fancy, the go-go plotters, the fancy submissions, to me, the performance that impressed me the most was Brent Primus taking the beating from Michael Chandler that he took, that he survived 5 rounds, 5 championship rounds with Michael Chandler.
Yeah, he took a lot of shots. He showed his mettle. Yeah. He showed how tough he is. Because we've seen him in fights where he was taking some shots, but he was the guy normally delivering the more damage throughout it. So you go, okay, when you're the hammer, sometimes it's easy. When you're the nail, it's never easy. Brent Primus has shown, you know what? I can take me in the nail at times. Nice knee inside by Benson.
Primus almost goes too low here. Puts Ben Henderson in a good spot.
Benson's been very effective with those knees to the body.
Don't grab the cage.
Hey, 10 seconds. Get out of there.
This battle between 2 former lightweight world champions coming up next. The light heavyweight Grand Prix moves to the semifinals. Ryan Bader back in Phoenix. And Vadim Nemkov defends the title in the main event in the other semifinal. Meanwhile, Brent Primus gets the back.
One mistake, and look at what happens. Brent Primus on the back of Benson Henderson. Benson needs to be careful about just keeping his hands there. He needs to think about the defense. He's just tucking the head right now. Smart move by Brent Primus to open him up with punches.
Primus not going crazy. He's got the body lock, and he's just going to look for his opportunity and work here from this dominant position.
Well, Primus look at Primus. He was losing this round. Up to this point, now he gets the back. It's how many shots can he put on Benson, or how much danger can he put him in with a submission attempt? Or can he get him out of the fight completely? He's got a beautiful figure four on the body, but he's not doing anything as far as doing damage to Benson, because Benson's controlling his arms. He can't get his arms free. There's no submission attempt. There's no strikes. So really, even though he's got a great position, he's not being able to do anything to damage Henderson.
And is it enough to negate the first couple of minutes of this round?
If he doesn't get to a point where he can start landing shots, no.
And Henderson content to run out the clock here in round 2. I can almost see the YouTube clips now of people breaking down that round and arguing about how it's going to be judged.
You know, a lot of people are going to look and say, well, he had his back.
This is doing anything with it.
It's not a sport of you gain a position so you get so much credit. It's a sport of damage.
If I've got the bases loaded for the entire inning, but never get the hit to drive him in.
Come away with a big 0. Here's Henderson landing a big left hand. Actually missed with that. Knee to the body inside. Primus trying to go to the body with the right hand. This is where the sprawl took place.
It was really interesting to hear the fire in both of their voices this week, and talking about the fact that the tricky pitbull fight will be for the title and not this one. They have done what they said they were going to do, which is fight like this is a championship fight.
If you want a title shot, this is the round. Both. It could be where, you know what, one guy's up both rounds, but I look at it, it's pretty even.
Second shot of the fight for Ben Henderson. And Primus pops right back up.
He felt it.
Every shot in a close fight makes a difference. Henderson has been in so many close fights. 20 have gone to scorecards, including one with Josh. Tries to pull Primus into the guillotine.
Not going to get that. Primus has got out of it. There you go. Benson now needs to get himself up off of his back. He cannot hang out here at all. Great job of trapping the arm by Primus for a second.
Muscle him into the dominant position, but Benson is so tough to keep on the ground.
And you look how smart Benson was. You saw he was in a position to get kneed. He put his knee to the ground so he could not get kneed to the head.
And defending by pushing off on the leg, now trying to roll again.
Primus has his hands in position, but he's unable to arch his back and get that pressure on that choke. Benson doing a great job with that elevator hook. You see how those hips are getting up high and light. Primus trying to create that pressure of downward pressures, put his back flat to the ground. Nice job by Primus to keep him where he wants him.
Primus has always been the mystery. Does he belong at the highest level? Even some of his early wins that got him into title contention, that got him that title fight with Michael Chandler, were split decisions that could easily have gone the other way.
And this right here is Benson Henderson going after trying to get up. He gives his back. You can't give your back to a guy as good as Brent Primus. Now he's in a position where he can control the pace of the fight, and look for the submission.
Stay in a dominant position in a very close fight for the final 2 minutes. So much of this fight has been Brent Primus in position where he's finished less skilled guys. And Benson Henderson's defense has been tremendous, and that's great. But you don't score points without the ball.
Benson trying to kick that leg free. Gets up to one leg, but it's tough to stand up with a guy that's 170-some pounds right now on your back. The big thing that I want to see from Primus here is he's got to do something as far as go for the submission or go for the strikes. Don't just sit there and control.
He's worked so hard to not be comfortable on his back and to get back up. Now he needs to not be comfortable in this position. If you're Brent Primus, you've got to make it impossible for the judges to take it from you.
He's got that beautiful body triangle right now. Within the position he is, Benson is not going to change. He wants to put that foot to the ground. He's got to turn towards his right, get the foot to the ground, which will allow him to start to move inside of that body triangle. But right here, you're losing that. That is not you winning the fight by you landing a little shot while he's landing shots.
And Ben Henderson is almost saying, stand us up.
That's not going to happen.
Not a chance, not from here. What do you want to see Brent Primus do in the final 30 seconds to make a statement?
I just want to see him either open up with big strikes or go after that rear naked choke right now that he's looking at. Yep. Just switched it off to the arm.
Ben Henderson needs something big in the final 20 seconds.
We're going to see Benson do a big jump back or a big attempt to drive Primus into the canvas.
But the fight will end where it spent most of its time. Brent Primus on top.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your three judges at cage side. Your first judge, Sean Dallas Hall, scores the fight 29-28, while judges Michael Bell and Brian Miner both see it the same 30-27. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Brent Primus.
He won a world title in a fluke of a finish at Madison Square Garden. But this feels like the biggest win of the career of Brent Primus.
Against one of the decorated champions in MMA history. And a big opportunity here for Mammadov, but equally so for Benson Henderson. And what do you look for early in this styles clash?
Well, one of the things I look for is Mammadov to look for what that kick, like you just saw Benson throw it, to take any kick that is mid-level, he's going to catch onto, latch onto that leg and drag Benson to the ground. Benson needs to be careful about where he does kick. I would suggest kick down low, kick up high, make his hands stay up and registered for defense against that high kick. Be careful of that mid-range level kick. Benson does all the time.
Henderson himself has said that, yeah, he gives away the opening round a lot because he's busy collecting data. Well, can you collect data and win the opening round as well? I mean, for him, a slow start could be very difficult for him.
Yeah, it's detrimental because in boxing it's done all the time, but there's 10, 12 rounds.
Well, Floyd Mayweather
so it makes a big difference.
Took 4 rounds to do so, then he'd break it down and do his thing. But you're right, here you got 3 5-minute rounds and tentative start here. Mammadov in the center of the cage.
The more that this fight is on the feet, the more it tends to go towards Benson Henderson. The more it gets into the grappling exchange. Not that Benson's not outstanding with it, but that's where Mammadov wants to be.
Yeah, he is known for smothering his opponents, top control, and Loves to trap the arms. There's that inside low kick by Benson Henderson, something you talked about earlier before we got on the air, something you'd like to see a lot more of from the former two-promotion champion. There was a left hand to the torso of Mammadov by Henderson.
Right there, that's exactly what Benson needs to do. It's not as effective with his lead leg like if he was facing somebody that was also a southpaw, but he's in a position now to just start to pick apart at that leg. When you have the opportunity, hit that low calf kick or bring it up high.
Body kick by Mammadov. Henderson ranked number 6. Mammadov number 7. There is Khabib Nurmagomedov watching intently as one of his compatriots fights here in Bellator. Once again, looking to improve off the victory over Primus.
And this is where Mammadov wants to be. This is where he is just outstanding. Technically very good. Pulls the position, changes the weight, disrupts your balance.
The Streaky Pitbull, the new lightweight champion, and Mammadov would like to leapfrog over the veteran Henderson. And there's a high knee strike, has Henderson pinned against the fence, and a smattering of boos here. Henderson's hometown of Phoenix. Knee by Henderson, reply by Mammadov in kind.
Henderson needs to be very careful of the foot sweeps and all the attacks on trips that Mammadov is so successful with. Nice job by Benson.
Nice job by Henderson into Fomont momentarily now snatching the guillotine.
Benson did a great job of catching that, but that was not good for him to move into this position right now. His legs are not in the position for that choke.
Henderson looking for his 6th guillotine choke submission victory.
His legs are not in the right place. It's not that he can't get it, but man, it's a lot harder with where it's at. It's going to take a lot of strength and a lot of energy.
Last one came against Roger Huerta, April 2018 from Mammadov. He has never been submitted, and his 20-fight undefeated streak being put to the test here by Henderson.
It's tight still. Mammadov is putting up with a lot of pressure. You see him driving forward. That is to relieve the pressure on his neck. Benson needs to try to stretch that back half.
30 seconds left in the first round.
Mammadov putting up with a lot of pressure, but he's okay.
Is Henderson burning his arms out? He's a veteran, and he's very slick on the ground. Mammadov pops his head out, and with 15 seconds left in the first, Mammadov looking to take Benson Henderson's back. An eventful opening 5 minutes in the spurts. Henderson was looking for the guillotine, and we're looking forward to more in round 2. So, fans weren't always pleased, but Henderson did go for the submission.
Oh, he went for the submission, and again, in a position I was like, you don't have your legs set, but he went for it because he knows I need to do everything I can. Now, the real thing here, how gassed are his arms? Take a look at Khabib there. He is concerned. And then when you see Mammadov pop his head out, finally Khabib feels a little better. But it was enough, in my opinion, with the pressure that was on his neck and the severity of what was going on. I think Benson Henderson, he got that first round.
Mammadov surviving early adversity, receiving
a scolding.
Instructions, well, and hopefully some words of wisdom from Nurmagomedov, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and his entire team. Round number 2.
The real question is, how is the lactic acid in Benson Henderson's arms based upon how hard he was squeezing? We're going to find out. Mammadov gets a hold of him again. We're going to see if these grappling situations start to wear his arms out.
talked about him abandoning the calf kick. He seems to be rediscovering it here in this fight thus far.
And you can see he's marked up that leg a little bit. He's put some pressure on it. The longer Benson can be in this position on his feet, the better off he is, but he needs to keep that back.
And he might, circle away from the fence. High kick attempted by Mammadov. Henderson stumbling after feinting with a spinning attack lead. Right hand missing for Mammadov. Opening minute of the second. A lot of feinting, but not a lot of the chucking of the leather. So 3 feints by Mammadov, but he does not fire. Now he fires the right and then drops looking for that waistlock takedown. That's the back of Henderson.
This is exactly what Mammadov wants to do.
Oh, nice roll by Henderson.
Notice that the hands were always
back to the guillotine choke attempt.
You should not jump backwards. You should press forward into this. Now he's got his legs at least.
Arm in guillotine by Henderson.
He does not have his legs in a place to do it.
And it's side control from Mammadov. The risk and the reward. It all plays out in the watch, John.
This is exactly.
And now it's Mammadov looking for the rear naked choke. Mammadov has 9 submission wins, but none via RNC. Looking for one of the biggest victories of his career. Here in round 2, it would be by far the biggest. Knocking off a former UFC and WEC champion. Henderson desperately trying to survive.
Benson's in a position, it's not the choker. The position in his head is not good, but he's doing a great job of fighting out. But how tired are his arms now from all that squeeze into the guillotine chokes?
He's only been submitted twice, last time against Anthony Pettis, August 2013. Midpoint of the round and the fight.
This is complete Dagestani wrestling, dragging his opponent.
Are we going to see the Dagestani handcuffs?
Oh, he's going to try it. You see Benson rolling.
Looking for that knee bar.
Looking for the leg.
Great grappling.
That's a nice job by Benson. He's upset the balance.
Super scrambling here with 2 minutes left in the second.
Benson looking for that heel hook. He doesn't really have the position that's good for it based upon where the cage is at, because he can't extend him out.
Henderson's 9 submission wins comprised of 5 guillotine chokes, 4 rear naked chokes. Mammadov trying to avoid the heel hook. Referee warning him for holding on to the fence. And now Mammadov looking to move to side control.
Mammadov can use the fence as far as his hand being on it, but he cannot grab that material because that's holding him in a position. So that's what Jason Herzog was trying to break.
Mammadov back. Henderson, wrist grapple, wrist control, breaking the grip, but Mammadov with the hook.
Mammadov's a little bit high here. Benson has a chance if he can pull back. Now he's back in position.
Now wearing him like a backpack, and Henderson controlling the right arm of Mammadov, but the left arm is free.
This can also tire Mammadov's legs out there. Benson's holding a lot of weight, but Mammadov's got to hold his position and squeeze to maintain this grip on Benson.
A grueling affair here between Islam Mammadov and Benson Henderson. 30 seconds left in the second. Both of them have been fishing for the rear naked choke.
And what Benson was doing is he's using the cage to keep Mammadov from being able to strike it in the head, but the submission is there. If he can keep this locked up. Big time slam by Benson. That choke is not in place.
And time now becoming Henderson's best friend here as we go to the third and final round. Great stuff in that second round, John.
Very good stuff. That was fun to watch.
Some concern, as there always is when you're watching your significant other inside the cage.
Let's take a look at how this all started out. This was when Mammadov goes for that takedown, but Benson goes with it and tries to roll through. And there is a scramble, but look at how the hands stayed collapsed together. He had that gable grip, but then Benson goes back to the guillotine. But you saw that knee inside by Mammadov. That's what stopped his ability to actually get his legs in play. Here was when Benson rolled through looking for that leg lock. He set up the heel hook. He just didn't have the ability to extend him out to make that heel hook work. Love the
Benson Henderson firing up this crowd at the Footprint Center in Phoenix, looking to snap the longest losing streak of his career, while Islam Mammadov wants to extend his 20-fight unbeaten string. That left high kick bouncing off. Mammadov inside, calf kick by Henderson. 2 kicks, 3 kicks to start off the final round.
Kick is exactly what I was talking about. That's what I want to see out of him.
Scorecard, John?
Right now, I've got this an even fight. I got Benson Henderson winning the first round. Mammadov got the second. Benson needs to stay more towards the center of the cage and utilize that low kick and the kick up high.
Partisan crowd providing the extra fuel with chants of Benson. 4:19 left in the third round.
Mammadov right now trying to press Benson backwards, and it's not working in the same fashion he was able to do in the second round to get him towards that cage. Benson needs to circle out. Once he steps inside that circle out, get back to center.
Mammadov pops the left hand off the face of Henderson. Henderson pawing out. Mammadov with the right hand jab, and there's that left hand down the middle by Henderson. Mammadov with an advantage in total strikes landed, but Henderson just landed another right.
Big right hook. That was a nice shot by Henderson. And look at who is now in control of the position of the fight. You see Henderson not being pushed back. He's actually pressing forward. You're seeing a difference.
Both of them have a high connect percentage in this fight. Not a lot of strikes thrown by John, but they have made them count for the most part.
That's what you're supposed to do. Mammadov trying to look towards a way to get Benson towards that cage so he can shoot in for the takedown.
Under 3 minutes left in the fight.
3 minutes!
One would expect a sense of urgency the more time ticks away. We heard someone yell 3 minutes. And again, Henderson attacking the lead leg. Lateral movement, but it's now Mammadov naked shot.
Yeah, this is not a good position for Benson. He has no submission right now at all. And you're going to see Mammadov climbing over. He's already in that half guard position. He's not in any danger of a choke right now. It's just a matter of the position itself. Benson is slowing down his progression coming forward.
Mammadov started his martial arts training at the age of 7. Wrestling a big part of it. When you're from Dagestan, it's like, you know, saying hockey's a big part of Canada. 2 minutes left here in the fight.
Learning wrestling in Dagestan is like learning your ABCs. We're learning them at about the same time of age.
And the wrestling of Mammadov neutralizing Benson Henderson. Henderson slowly trying to sit up, has his back against the fence. Seatbelt position. Mammadov trying to keep Henderson neutralized, but Mammadov also has to maximize his positioning as there's the roll. Knee bar attempt again by Henderson, trying to pull out all the stones.
Look for the inverted heel hook right here. You see that leg on the outside. It's got a great figure 4 on the leg to try to hold position.
Great display of grappling. Hammer fist to the midsection by Mammadov. Hammer fist to the face of Henderson. 1 minute, 10 seconds left.
Right now, although you you're seeing Mamadov being able to land shots. He's the guy that's in danger of being put in a position to possibly lose this fight, so he needs to maintain.
Final minute, and it's Mamadov picking off Henderson with those right hands. And Henderson cannot accept this position.
Right now, Benson Henderson is holding this position, but he doesn't have the submission, and he needs to adjust because he's going to lose this fight based upon being with Mamadov on top of him, and he's getting punches landed.
A hard-fought, grueling affair. Mamadov looking to grind out the victory, hoping to keep his 20-fight undefeated streak alive. Benson Henderson. Is he going to taste defeat for career-high 4th straight time? A lot of respect. And John, it was a hard-fought battle, and yet the 3rd round, Henderson found himself on his back. You wonder now if, well, the back remains against the wall here in Bellator MMA. Crowd, they watch with their heart, not always with their eyes.
The crowd wants Benson Henderson. That's understandable. The real question is, what did the judges see? Did they see the strikes that landed in the beginning?
What did you see?
Henderson. I'm looking at Henderson and landed some good strikes in the beginning. Mamadov landed a couple. Henderson was actually a little bit ahead. The takedown, who got the best of that? Well, I can say that Mamadov got the takedown because he put Henderson in the position he needed, so he didn't have to worry about the stand-up. But he wasn't able to do anything with it, but he did land strikes, so it's really dependent upon what did the judges look at. I have a feeling they're going to go with Mamadov.
Two of the greats right there, Nurmagomedov and Henderson coming together. In terms of takedowns, Mamadov credited with 3 of 3. Henderson 1 of 1. Again, numbers don't tell the whole story, and again, here's why we love the sport and love these warriors.
Hey, this whole appetite for Bellator, we'll come talk to you. Eagle, talk to you.
Interesting what Henderson was saying to Nurmagomedov there about his future. And there, what a moment, regardless of the outcome, the fact that he gets to hug his 2 of his 4 children, the 2 oldest, 6 and 4, and there's his wife, Maria. She knows what it's like to be inside the cage, and this may, you know, we don't know what the future holds. We don't know what the outcome of this fight is.
No, we don't.
But now,
it's close.
And let's take a look at some of the action. Benson Henderson, meanwhile, saluting the crowd in the cages. John, let's go back to the action here.
What you just saw was what made Benson Henderson be successful in a lot of this fight, was that he utilized the ability to run through some of the takedowns, turn those, get positions, get to the point where he could lock on possible submissions. But Mamadov being the guy that is so good at clasping his hands and holding on to you, putting pressure. This was a very close fight. Beautiful slam there, but you can see Benson is in trouble. That choke is almost in place. So this is a tough one for the judges. I thought it was even going to the 3rd round. It's all about who you give that fight to. It's going to be an interesting call.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's co-main event, we'll go now to your judges' scorecards. Your first judge at cage side, Anthony Mena, scores the fight 29-28. He sees the fight for Henderson. Your second judge, Eric Colon, 29-28. He scores the fight for Mamadov. Your third and final judge at cage side, Ron McCarthy, scores the fight 29-28 for the winner by split decision, Smooth Benson Henderson.
respectful mixed martial artist as Queally gets on the front foot straight away. Remember, he is normally granite. Stopped by Patricky Pitbull here. Last fight in Dublin. Last fight. But that was the first time. It's very hard to get out of there.
Well, Patricky has a different type of power than Benson. Benson's got that kind of power with his kicks. But in the hands, he's a volume guy.
You're looking to wear Queally down. The way that Queally came out, he was determined not to be described as a slow starter, I think.
No, he's pushing the pace, getting after him, knowing, hey, I can start to make Benson have to feel like he's got to catch up here, so not a bad idea. And a lot of what you see with Benson is he's looking for reads. He's looking to see the setups and how Peter comes forward, what he attacks with, where he steps. So it's normal for someone to take that time, but many times he takes just a little too long with it.
It's important that Queally doesn't get too carried away by the home support. He definitely rides it, but he still needs to make the right decisions in there.
Oh, absolutely. You do not want to overextend with someone like Benson who will capitalize on it. This is a scenario right here. This is where I believe Benson does have an advantage. Now, Peter's a very good defensive wrestler. So in this position, he can stop a lot of what Benson does. But when the fight does hit the ground with him on the bottom, he's going to have a hard time with Benson, but that was a beautiful job of being that defensive wrestler by Peter Queally.
Big smile there on the face of Queally. He feels that's a little win now for him. See already the reddening on the inside of Peter Queally's side on a couple of those kicks.
Beautiful right hook to the body by Benson Henderson. And these are the scenarios right here. Now that Benson has the hands locked around the body, is he going to be able to keep Peter Queally on the ground? Right now, just hitting him with the knees. It's more irritation than doing a lot of damage, but Peter's feeling it, and it's going to make him move.
Those knees to the outside of the thigh as well. Really trying to get back to his feet.
This is part of what, MMA at this stage is. Guys are so good at using defense as a balance point, as a tool, that it's very difficult to get someone out. You need to swing them out away from the cage for that takedown to usually have effect.
Queally is defending it well at the moment. Pressure though that Henderson's putting on that leg.
Beautiful exit with that elbow by Benson Henderson.
He's a class act, all right, Benson Henderson. Big win, Bellator 273 against Islam Mamedov, which broke that run of 3 losses, unprecedented in his career. Described it as a rejuvenating win. You can see what he means.
But if you look at the record and the people that Benson Henderson has fought, it's a who's who of the 155-pound weight class. Incredible streak of just fighting top-level talent consistently.
Left hook there, but Queally had a little bit of success as well.
A little bit.
Ready a cut on the bridge of what Peter Queally knows. Missed there with that trademark kick, but again, it was low to that leg.
He did not miss with that one, and that's what I was talking about with those kicks by Benson. Look at with the range. Nice elbow up high by Benson also. But the range of Queally Benson Henderson can touch him with those kicks.
See the cut there. Outside of the Quealy eye. Get to work on that now as we take a look back at that opening round.
Both guys had some moments here, but the hard shots, if you're looking at them, Benson Henderson landed some very heavy leg kicks. That right there was a beautiful move by Peter Quealy. Actually dropped on Benson's head in that position, but Benson was able to fight his way through it. Nothing really happened. That elbow strike, beautiful. The heavier strikes throughout that round, for the most part, came from Benson Henderson.
See there the cut on the head. He's used to all of this, Peter Quealy.
Oh, he gets started when there's blood. He starts to scream out, "This is what we're looking for."
But even though Quealy made that initial fast start, opening 20 seconds, Benson Henderson started well here.
He did start well. They both started well.
Oh, stop!
Quealy again
Up time, hey, Ben.
backed up, but this time a blow to the groin.
When you watch this, I believe you're going to see that it's both. Watch the kick obviously comes from, but see how Quealy comes forward. And that little bit of coming forward sometimes changes where that kick's going to land. Now, that one was kind of straight up the middle, but it is on, Benson. He's the one that's responsible for that tool.
Neutral's good, yep. Right here, okay?
So Quealy will have the time he needs to get himself back together here and see the pain. What's the referee's job in a situation like this, John?
All the referee is there. The fighter is the one in control of the 5 minutes when it's a groin shot, because you can't say how hurt he is, and you need to give him the time that he needs to get himself back. You got to take a look and say that blow Benson landed, but it's a foul. And so you're in a position where a foul has negatively affected a fighter. You got to give them as much time as they need to get themselves back up to 5 minutes.
And after that, it becomes a different discussion.
After that, it's horrible. It ends the fight.
90 seconds.
Just walk over to the next
already.
one for me.
Peter
I'll
Quealy
check
has
the time.
every right to take this time. It's so important that that does not affect the outcome of the fight. Doesn't give Benson Henderson an advantage.
3 minutes left. All right.
It's really going to have no effect as far as conditioning with each guy. Neither guy is tired at this point.
So take all the time you need.
So it's a matter of Peter just take the time that he needs to get himself back.
He's taking time.
You can see he's moving around. Peter's not a guy that's ever going to be in that position where he's not going to try to move on in the fight.
We're now 2 minutes into the 5. Just making sure that he recovers that equilibrium here. Peter Quealy. It's good to see that they touch gloves. Quealy acknowledging there was no malice in it from Benson Henderson. Just waiting for the final bits of pain to ebb away here. Peter Quealy to get himself back. There you go.
Still got time, man. You sure?
He's ready.
Oh, he's ready.
On the damage, I got to take a point, man. Yeah, he's not the same fighter he was.
Wow, he's taking 1 point right now in this fight from Benson Henderson for that blow. That's telling you that Kevin McDonald looks and says, the only way for me to even this playing field based upon how bad that strike landed is to take a point.
Really straight out on the front foot. Going to turn that delay to his advantage. From Benson Henderson.
That was a right hand that landed by Quealy, but that's what Benson needs to do. Notice how quickly Quealy's moving himself to the cage, trying to use it to get himself back up.
And his legs spread wide there, Peter Queally.
Yes, sir! Elbows! Yes!
Henderson is so good, though, at working in these positions.
Well, what you're really seeing is Benson Henderson being a complete mixed martial artist. Look how he's transitioning from different techniques, landing the strikes, going back to the grappling, switching up from a single leg to a double leg, coming up into the body lock. All these different techniques. That's what a guy of his level can do.
See that statistic, the total knees landed 34 out of 34. This is none from Queally.
Yeah, but a lot of those were not real hard. Some of them were, but a lot of them were against that cage on that thigh. But
we know that. Dan lies in statistics, John.
I'm just glad they didn't land on me.
And they still have a cumulative effect, all right.
This is all good work by Benson Henderson. A lot of dirty boxing in here. Holding onto the leg, keeping Queally where he wants, opening up with that left hand. It's very difficult for Queally when you look at this because he can't bring his arm back to throw the shot. It's got to come from where it is, and it takes a lot of the power off based upon the cage.
Henderson's still got a hold of that leg, trying to protect a takedown, and then catch him with an elbow that time when they broke, but good right hand there from Henderson. Really just reaching in a bit with that straight right hand. That's a big weapon for him.
Benson keeps going to that big overhand right.
To land that elbow as he came forward.
Nice clean up elbow by Benson. Coming in straight through the guard.
Pretty clear about his intentions. 4 fights to go. And he wants that title, Benson Henderson. Sees this man as standing in his way.
See Queally with this single collar tie, that hand, now it's removed, but all that weight pulling down on Benson, that makes Benson have to work hard to keep his back straight. Just little things that start to take the gas away from you. Going right back to the single collar tie right there. Now he's going into the Muay Thai plum. Take a look at those strike stats right now. 69 of 102 for Benson Henderson, hitting at 68%. That's huge. 28 of 60 for Queally.
Tells you a lot about volume. It tells you a lot about accuracy as well. Henderson again making a dent on that Queally calf, trying to slow him up. Little bits of success so far for Queally.
Clean break.
And given that Benson Henderson is normally someone who gets better and better as the fight goes on, this is all pretty ominous for Peter Queally.
It is when you're taking a look at, he's on a roll now. He's got that flow and he understands what he wants to do as far as getting the fight into grappling situations. Comes Benson coming for the up elbow here. Lands a little bit off to the side. Queally right near the end of the round coming after Benson, misses with both of those shots though. Well, all three. You got to remember that referee Kevin McDonald took a point away from Benson Henderson on that round, though.
I got you, I got you.
Yeah, you wonder if that point deduction will end up mattering.
Fight.
Round 3 of our scheduled 5. Let's take a look at Big John's scorecard. With it 10-9 Henderson, then 9-9 with that point deduction. Henderson, a point to the good after 2.
I had Henderson winning the round, but you got to take that point away from him, so ends up being an even round.
Really just senses, I think, that he needs to make something happen here.
Well, the forward motion of Queally is really slowed down. If you recall, he was really coming forward hard at the beginning. That's really kind of plateaued off. He's still trying to get after Benson, but Benson is holding his ground a lot of the time and being effective by circling out.
Queally missed with that big uppercut. Clever that, great movement from Henderson. Using that cage to try and get to his feet, but Henderson has done this so well, taking every advantage he can here.
Those good elbows by Benson Henderson. Just keeping the pressure on Queally. Keeping that leg. Notice that right leg. See his hand down towards the ankle, so he can control. If he tries to step with it, he can't bring his foot just down.
There's that right leg, you can see the marking as well. Elbow there from Benson Henderson.
Beautiful work.
Just tremendous work from him. Just cranking up the pressure here.
High output by Benson Henderson. This is what we've always wanted out of Benson, to see that output like you're seeing right now, and then transitioning from that striking range now back into the grappling range. He right now has Queally in a position Queally doesn't know what's coming.
There is a relentlessness about him to go with all the quality. He says cardio is his #1 weapon. Benson Henderson is just warming up here.
He's adding more of those knee strikes for you.
He took the words out of my mouth. You want to take a look at those statistics a bit later on.
There you go.
There you go, there's another 2.
Let's go, guys.
Henderson will be aware point deduction evens things up more than they ought to be, maybe, and going to try and pile on the pressure here on Queally. Just make sure that he's doing enough to win these rounds.
Benson's been mixing things up very well. Knees to the body. Take a look at those knee strikes right now as you're talking about it. 2 of 2 for Queally. 52 of 53 for Henderson.
And he wrapped them up all right, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, the best strikes that Peter Queally's been landing lately is when he gets and he forces Benson's head off the side, starts landing the elbows as he's trying to take him down.
Let's fight out of there.
Good work here from Benson Henderson. But again, Queally is letting the round go by without a lot of offensive output. And if you don't have that offensive output, you're not going to be able to win these rounds. Henderson, who has stayed really busy. Extricates himself there. Surely has another round in the back there.
Clean break.
Maria watching on there. He says that once he's had these 4 fights, it's her turn to take over. Her MMA career will take center stage. 4 children as well, Kyung and Kurb and Koa, as well as Knightley.
He knows that he's super tired. He's going to fucking sling on that. I need you to move on your angles, especially important.
Here comes those elbows inside. Benson flurrying right now on Queally. Beautiful up elbow. Really going after him. That was a solid elbow with the right knee to the body. Tries the elbow again. Beautiful work. And there's Dave's knee strikes. So penultimate round here, and now Queally gets onto the front foot. Legendary warrior spirit of Queally. He has so often found a way. Notably that Ryan Scope fight when there didn't seem to be a way.
Benson has such good timing when someone's coming in of raising his knee up and hitting the body.
Look at that elbow, he's hurt Queally badly. Queally still badly hurt here.
That elbow landed solid. That hurt Peter Queally.
Landing 3 and 4 more. He knows it too, Benson Henderson.
This is actually good for Queally. Yes, he's taking shots, but he's able to get himself back from that shot that hurt him.
Well, the head will be clearing now, but that was a terrific elbow from Benson Henderson. But he's still landing damage here.
You can take a look. 15 of 20 elbows by Henderson landing. 7 of 7 for Queally. Queally's been hitting a lot of 100%, just not enough volume.
Work to the body here from Henderson. And they might not be heavy shots, but you know, when you see the reddening to the body and legs of Queally, it shows that they cumulatively take their toll. They slow him up. He's back to his feet, and there's another elbow from Henderson.
This is where we talk about a volume that just wears your opponent down. Their body just can't take anymore after a while. Their mind is telling them to go, and their body just starts to quit.
Talk to any fighter and they'll tell you about that damage to the legs and what it does to you, how it slows you up.
Let's go, guys.
Queally's going to have to go some to pull this one out of the fire.
Solid body shots by Benson. Peter Queally has absorbed a lot of damage in this round, a lot of shots. The elbow that really started him down the path, that one hurt him.
There he goes again. He's super tough. Look at the strike stats here, John. Don't they tell a story?
Don't they? 190.
202 compared to 39 landed strikes.
The moment, that point that Benson Henderson had deducted in round number 2 is the only joy for Peter Queally here. Doing a lot more teaching in the gym, Benson Henderson, but when you asked him about that in the fighter meetings, he took umbrage at that. Yeah, I'm still okay, I'm still working, don't you worry about it. There's those elbows from Queally.
The ribs of Peter Queally tomorrow are going to be a little bit sore.
Benson Henderson fought here before against Miles Jury, a good technical fight, but one that never really got going, and he was desperate to give this Irish crowd a show. He's given them a show of technical expertise.
Nice idea by Benson. Trying to spin all the way through, throwing the elbow to the head of Peter Queally.
Snap that leg to the ground. Shoulder into the chin and snap the leg to the ground. Watch his elbows, Peter. Grab your elbows.
Just telling Queally to watch those elbows. He manages to extricate himself. That's a knee from Henderson.
We've talked about that knee many times. See, as the fighter's coming in, Benson throws that knee up the middle. He's very effective with it.
And it's that situation when a fighter who loves countering, the other guy's desperately pushing forward with abandon, and Henderson's just waiting for him now like he did with that knee.
5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. Last fight.
Here's some of the best of the action.
That was the elbow. That was the one that hurt Peter Queally. You could see the effect. It made him drop down. Benson Henderson was able to hit a lot of big shots. Beautiful shot to the body right there. Nice left elbow. Peter Queally has absorbed a lot of shots throughout these 4 rounds. That was the spinning elbow attack by Benson, trying to come over the top. Benson has been in complete control of this fight from about the 2.5-minute mark of the first round, and he's never relinquished it.
So this is what we said at the start. He said he would turn them. He said he'd get them on his side. And that's the point he's trying to make here, Benson Henderson. Hasn't won yet.
Not yet.
Talking about show me some respect. That's the message that's clear. Here's John's scorecard. Henderson, well, winning every round, but having that point deducted in the second.
Beautiful body kick. And that was what I thought was one of the main keys to his victory. The kicks to the legs and the kicks up to the body. Benson's got heavy kicks. Peter Queally still hanging tough.
You can never question his toughness.
Oh, there is no doubt. Peter Queally, he's got no give up in him.
And that elbow, this relentless assault would have got plenty of fighters out of there, but not Queally. There's that kick from Henderson. He's trying to go through his repertoire a bit here, trying to entertain this crowd.
Well, this is what we see out of Benson Henderson in a lot of his fights. Go back to his championship fight against Michael Chandler. Look at the last round, how many attacks he went after Chandler with. And he had Chandler in trouble. Just not enough in the earlier rounds. But in this fight, there's no doubt he has controlled that. And in my opinion, he's won every round.
Driving Queally back. This is 13th time in the Bellator cage. Hopes for a final flurry of success before he waves goodbye to it all.
Peter Queally with that wrist control because he's wanting to get his hand up to lock in that guillotine choke. Benson's going to put pressure down on that arm.
Let's go, guys. Fight out.
That's it. Stop that leg down. Left shoulder. Stop that leg down. There you go. There you go. You're stretching the leg. That's it.
Really trying to land that uppercut. Few of these Irish fans are leaving the arena there and being shouted at by others, saying stay and cheer him on, come on. So often combat sports can be about levels, and Benson Henderson operates at an incredibly high level. Dig to the body again from Henderson. Not what this crowd came to see as they sang Dolores' song to the rafters to give Peter Queally something to feed off.
Peter looking for that guillotine choke. I've been very impressed with Peter Queally's defensive wrestling. He's done a great job of keeping himself in the upright position against Benson Henderson, who we know is a good wrestler.
Benson said that he noticed Queally can tire in wrestling exchanges.
Let's go, guys.
Didn't necessarily think he was the best defensive wrestler, but he's proved him wrong on that count. And there's those elbows from Queally.
Seeing Benson trying to sag down, put weight on Peter Queally.
This now is just Henderson getting the job done.
Henderson looking for a leg lock, trying to roll through for that leg lock.
So with a kick, what about that?
Coming up high with that kick to the head.
Just a flamboyant touch to finish off a consummate display, really. A bit of a masterclass there from Benson Henderson. Couldn't have scripted it much better. Apart from the point deduction, it was all Benson Henderson, John.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. Benson Henderson should be walking out of here a very happy man, getting a big win in Dublin, Ireland.
Going to be inevitability about this decision. And let's get now to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your three judges. Ron McCarthy, Brian Miner, Eric Colon. I'll have it the same, 49-45 for the winner. By unanimous decision, smooth, Benson Henderson.
Too good, too smooth. Let's get to Big John, who's going to talk to Benson Henderson.
Especially crazy when there are absolutely ways for him to win this fight.
Body kick by Nurmagomedov, and he is really...
Oh, you heard it bad with a kick.
With that kick, Usman Nurmagomedov, a.k.a. Sir Kicks-A-Lot, just kicked Benson Henderson, and Henderson in trouble, but the saving grace for Henderson, He is very good at scrambling, but he's in trouble now.
He is mounted. He is taking big shots. That kick to the head, it's scrambling. He was in trouble. We're going to see what Usman can do at this point. It would almost be better for him to get up off him and make him stand.
Henderson trying to recover. Meanwhile, steady diet of right hands from the back by the defending champion. Henderson got clocked by the kick of Usman Nurmagomedov, and he is in trouble early.
Early with 4 minutes basically left in this round. Benson Henderson finds himself in a place he never expected at this point.
Usman Nurmagomedov has 10 first-round finishes, looking for his 11th and looking for his 3rd rear naked choke. But one thing about Benson Henderson throughout his illustrious career, he is the Houdini of MMA when it comes to escapes.
Absolutely.
Otherworldly escapes.
Incredible durability, too. I've seen him get hurt multiple times and always fights his way out. And that's what he's doing right now. Trying to keep from being put face down onto the mat.
Henderson has been submitted twice in his career, but the last time he was submitted was against Anthony Pettis, and that was back in 2013.
You see Usman trying to set that choke up, but he does not have that set. That's why you saw both hands staying on the ground for Benson to try to get himself. He's going to try to use that cage, get himself back to his feet.
And Henderson has not only had to defend against Nurmagomedov, but he's trying to still clean out the cobwebs, I think, John, after the nasty kick he took.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And this may be the coup de grace for Usman Nurmagomedov. Henderson trying to alleviate the pressure, trying to avoid the choke.
Henderson's doing just fine right now.
No, he's not. Usman Nurmagomedov vanquishes Benson Henderson and does it in quick fashion as he records an amazing victory to retain the Bellator lightweight belt and move on in the $1 million World Grand Prix. 24 years of age, and now a perfect 17-0 with his 14th finish, John.
He was being so calm. I felt that he felt like he was in control of the position as far as knowing when it was going to be too much for him. Obviously it was. Had to tap out. It's sad to see with Benson Henderson. But beautiful win. Watch what happens here. Watch this kick. Comes up, beautiful question mark kick right on the jaw. He never saw the change in the kick. Watch this angle here. It'll show you. He brings it low, up high. Fantastic technique. Beautifully executed by Usman. The hand comes down. Watch how fast this happens. Play this real speed. Look at what happens. Watch. Bep. Beautifully done. The only guy that throws a better question mark kick is Luke Rockhold. Usman has got a plethora, and here he is.
Speaking of a Strikeforce alum in this.
There you go. There's the tap out. Just too much. Too many things happening. Too much damage done. And just too good of a young champion in Usman Nurmagomedov.
Brothers celebrating, and for Usman Nurmagomedov, the question mark kick setting up the submission finish, and there's still, well, the answer to the question, who can beat Usman Nurmagomedov at this stage? No one, as again, he improves to 17-0, takes out one of the most decorated lightweights in the sport's history, and yet those odds makers may have known a thing or two as Usman Nurmagomedov, again, with his 11th first-round finish. And does this mean the finish of Benson Henderson's illustrious career, losing here in the quarterfinals of this lightweight World Grand Prix? Let's go to Michael C. Williams to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's main event, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke, officially 2 minutes 37 seconds into round number 1 by submission. He advances to the semi-final round of the World Grand Prix, and he is still Bellator Lightweight World Champion, Usman Nurmagomedov.
The ever-classy Benson Henderson applauding the performance, and there, the equally classy Usman Nurmagomedov, two tremendous representatives of the sport. The past being represented by Benson Henderson at 39, but the future so bright for our undefeated champion. Let's go to Big John McCarthy.
I'm here with your champion, Usman Nurmagomedov. Usman, that was a beautifully executed question mark kick. You brought it, making it look low. You brought it up high. It landed flush. At that moment, did you know, oh, this is my time. I know I've got him.
Отлично выступили сегодня, вы показали, с самого начала вы доминировали и все провели замечательный финиш. Поздравляем вас.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I want to say, can I speak Russia? Because of today in San Jose, I have a lot of brothers from Dagestan. Salam alaikum, say. And я бы хотел в первую очередь выразить слова благодарности моему оппоненту Бену Хендерсону. Это живая легенда этого спорта, и на таких бойцах все мы, молодые ребята, старались равняться, и всего ему хорошего в его дальнейшем пути.
I would like to thank everybody who support me. You know, guys, it's very important, all of your support that you showed me, and I'm going to show you even more, and we have more work to do. Thank you.
In taking on a legend like Benson Henderson, coming into this cage, was there anything you were thinking about fighting someone who had been through so many battles, shown such toughness before you had to face off with him?
Подходя к такому бойцу с таким опытом, вы боялись, может быть, что что-то он может сделать, чего вы хотели избегать, может быть, чего-то вы ожидали, что может быть опасно с его стороны?
Ну, Бен Хендерсон — это очень опасный оппонент. Его никогда нельзя недооценивать, и я был очень сильно сфокусирован, я не торопился, я не собирался торопить события, и выходя на этот бой, я был очень холоднокровен, я не собирался никуда спешить. У меня были 25 минут, поэтому я был готов на все 25 минут. Хвала Всевышнему, закончилось так, как закончилось.
Benson is an opponent you cannot underestimate. Obviously, we prepared to go for full 5 rounds. I knew I have 25 minutes to see what's going on, where he's going. But again, we put a lot of work into it, and obviously you see it pays off now.
You're going to face the winner of Brent Primus versus Mansour Barnaoui. Do you have a preference on who it is, or you don't care because you're the man holding that belt?
Теперь вам предстоит встретиться с победителем следующего боя Мансури и Примуса. У вас есть предпочтение, какого оппонента вы хотели бы увидеть?
No, I don't care. Anybody. I don't care. I'm not...
I don't choose, I don't pick.
I don't choose.
Sounds good to me. Congratulations on a beautiful victory.
Yes. И я бы хотел напоследок сказать слова благодарности тем людям, которые окружают меня, тем людям, которые вдохновляют меня, мотивируют меня, которые рядом со мной всю мою жизнь. И это в первую очередь мои родители.
I would like all the people who support me, who motivate me, and first of all, those are my parents.
Congratulations.
Last one. Dada, salam alaikum.
Congratulations on a great win. Still the champion, Usman Nurmagomedov. I'm here with an MMA legend, a man that I've been able to share this cage with, a guy that has just put on incredible fights throughout his career. Benson, I know that tonight didn't go the way you wanted it to, but in coming into this cage and facing off with a young talent like that, how are you feeling about how your career has gone, and is there anything else you have to prove?
Hey, San Jose, I love you. I had some great moments in this building. I had some tough moments in this building. San Jose, you guys have always been here. You guys always show up. Thank you guys for that. To the whole world, thank you guys for all the love, all the support throughout my career. I always told myself these last 4 fights I signed with Bellator, I told myself if I lose at all in these last 4 fights,
then it's about that time. I've had a nice long run. I've done a lot of great things. Was able to do a lot of amazing accomplishments. And thank you to everybody around the world. Thank you guys for your love and support. I appreciate that.
Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, give it up for Usman Nurmagomedov and the legend, Benson Henderson.